It's the first time I've streamed over on YouTube in a little while. Let everybody file in and everything, and we'll just chill for a little bit. Till everybody gets in here. Okay. Looks like it's up and running. The notification went off in my Discord, so let me pop over there and drop that stream notification. Okay. What's up? How's the mental after the White Sox video? Dude, if you couldn't tell, the draft was a while ago, right? So, for context, I got the roster, I think on like the 16th, I think is when I finally had like a good roster, 15th or 16th. So it took some time, right, to get the roster going. Just because rosters this year, I think people on MLB The Show are just not as many players this year as there was in previous years. So just harder to find like a good roster. So we found it. I think I got to the Rockies series by like the 18th. So I found the roster on the 16th. Got to the Rockies series by like the 18th. I took 2 or 3 days, and then on the 21st, I got through the Marlins series, and then it took like the 3 days to do like the career sim after. So I took like a 3-day break after that Rockies series, after that collapse, and then the Marlins series was one night of just me losing my mind, to be honest. It's crazy because I said it at the end of the video. I think I left it in. I was like, I don't know why, for some reason, the White Sox videos every years are crazy. So far, last year, the White Sox video was the Alexis Trujillo thing. This year, it was whatever that 3 Game 7s in a row was. So, it was a lot. But we're good. We're good. It does mean that, like, I've been like weighing how much time I want to spend on the next one because I got to do the Rays, because I got to do Grady Emerson, I got to do Von Locke from the Twins yet, and I'm like, how do I want to adjust this? Because there's no way that's sustainable to do like a 2-week long recording and editing for a video if I want to get both those out. And also, we don't know what trade deadline moves are going to happen yet. I saw there was one today, Curtis Mead for Connolly early. You'll see the roster I have today doesn't have that deal yet, so if it does, we'll make the trade, I guess. Which, if we end up doing the Nationals today, then I guess I'm gonna have to try to find a way to make that deal happen, because I don't know how in MLB The Show you could make the Red Sox agree to that deal. How are you doing, Arbalist? I realize my stream chat is not popping up in the chat box. Yeah, Rock's a pretty good 7-hole hitter, I guess. He essentially was. You notice he sat in like the 7 slot the whole time. Against lefties, he was like a 2. too. He was really, really good against lefties, which is where I think he got his big shots in the playoffs. Every time we went against a lefty, he just was amazing, where nobody else really was. But yeah, when Murakami was that well, the one I didn't show because it was in the the montage sequence is Caleb Bonham turned in insane in that sequence where he just was like amazing. Like he was in the MVP race almost every season. And we literally just had a video with the Tigers video where he wasn't even that good. So it's crazy to see him pop up in this video and actually be pretty great. So I guess my my chat on here isn't showing up on my stream. This is a brand new computer. I don't know if you noticed in the last video. Because this is a brand new computer, I have more processing power. That last video was all in 4K. So we are now uploading 4K rebuilds compared to 1080p rebuilds, because now I can actually... they're still not 60 FPS because stylistic differences there, but yeah. No, I love that Rock ended up being like just a consistent, serviceable player throughout his whole career. I did force him into like the 3-hole. I think that's how he won the MVP, because there's no way that he would have beaten like Munetaka Murakami if I didn't, because Murakami was amazing. But I knew that was going to happen. If you played MLB The Show this year, you know that's going to happen. Munetaka Murakami is amazing in this game. It's like him and Kurtz. You just are kind of building around one of those two. Oh, I gotta upload the short. Another thing happened in the video while I was doing the montage sequence. I didn't put it in the edit because it didn't make any sense to be there. I'm simming. I think it's like 2035, something like that. Random year, like year that didn't matter. And I'm just, checking MVPs because we're winning. I'm just trying to see who gets the award, getting the clips and all this stuff. I skip over to the NL, and I think I'll make this as a short because it's just a random like clip. James Wood hit 73 home runs with the Braves. So I was like, what? Like out of nowhere. He hit 39 the year before, then 73, and then I think he hit like 38 the next year. Sony is dead set on exclusivity, but only for San Diego studio. I'm not gonna act like you're missing out on much. I'll say this as like, somebody who's making videos on it. I'm debating whether I want to make videos on different games right now, because that's why we're mixing it up, while we're trying different things. Because I think MLB The Show is not doing very well right now. What's up, Smitty? So I got ideas. I do have to. I know that everybody wants it. I do have to make the Moneyball video still this year. And I don't know when exactly I'm going to get that one out. I don't know when I'm going to do it. But I know I have to make it. It's what everybody's waiting for. And I did the A's so early so that I could like put it off and do the Moneyball video later in the year. And I have an idea of how I want to do it to elevate, to make it better than last year's. Well, preferably not getting demonetized, because my last year's got demonetized. So. And I'd prefer to not get demonetized on what is generally my best video. Moneyball in that Las Vegas bang box. The thing is, I have to do something a little bit different, right? Than just like just like a traditional Moneyball video, especially because like, dude, the A's are actually like a good team. They're a good team. That's also why we did the A's video, because the last couple of years I've been doing like the Moneyball and then ending it right when we end up winning or right when we end up being successful. And you know, this year we did the Moneyball or the Dynasty video, the A's Dynasty video, and built a fantastic team in Las Vegas. So it could be maybe a fun idea to just try to be successful before they go to Vegas, and take a little bit of a twist of it. Because the thing is, like, obviously the A's in 2002 were a really good baseball team, so it's not like you're used to building a terrible team, but this team is expensive. It's going to be expensive because the A's have already paid guys like Severino has gotten money, Kurt's got his money, Wilson's got his money. Like, they already got their money, so it's kind of, you can't cut the budget down without cutting guys. So I'm gonna try to find a fun way to do it. That's part of the reason why I've been like sitting on it, because I can't just do what I've done in the past for Moneyball, because it's like it would be the same thing. And so many of the ideas that I've had have just been way too time. What's the word for it? Like, I'm thinking not time sensitive, but the opposite. Brain not functioning there. Takes too much time. That's the better. I'll just say that. Okay. Some people have fled in here. So let's get into what we're gonna do today. We're gonna do a little bit of some randomness in here too, but the idea is to mix things up. So instead of what we've kind of always done in rebuilds, where we have pause the music for now. Instead of always just going in, rebuilding. Can we get the dating? Dude, that would be. Look, I've got ideas. It's gonna be way different. I have been writing a script for the video already, so we'll get into. we'll do the Moneyball video eventually. It's gonna be way different than than most of them. So, as we get into this, I'm gonna start the idea here. I'll preface this, because if this is good, I'll edit it down and turn it into a YouTube video, and then I guess you guys' input is going to be a YouTube video. So I wanted to mix things up a little bit. We wanted to try something a little bit different. And one thing I was thinking of while considering like how we have done rebuilds, especially lately, is I want to get some community involvement. I want to do things with you to just do something that's a little bit different. And I haven't seen anybody else really do this. Baseball is such a large, like, platform of, there's so many athletes, there's so many players, there's so many different ways and different angles to look at how to build a team and how to construct your roster and what players that you want to have on your team. So I'll swap over here. So part of this idea is, instead of, let's say, me just going in and rebuilding and just simming, which is what I normally do. I set a challenge and then we just kind of build around that. Like we have like our Rock Chalowski video, where the idea is, hey, let's see if we can win a World Series with Rock Chalowski. Let's see what we can build around him to be able to do that. And then let's see, you know, how he does for his career. I want to engage you guys in this instead. And so what we're going to do to mix things up is you guys are going to operate as my scouts. I am going to be the GM of this baseball team. I will make the final say on decisions. I will do everything, but I'm not playing the games because I'm not here. Instead, what is going to happen is you guys are going to help influence my decisions. If we are, say, in need of a third baseman, you guys will help me decide how we're going to resolve that. This could be through scouting, where you are going to determine what my scouts are, which players I should scout, maybe try to influence who I should draft as the prospects that are available. But scouting's not just amateur. Scouting is also minor leagues. Scouting is major leagues. So it's going to be trade assets, free agents. Who should I acquire? Now you might be thinking, wait, Big, I'm not in the game. I can't see all the players. I don't know what's all happening. Part of this is you guys are going to tell me what to look at. But I also want to use some real life data. So if you are like interested, and I'm hoping that the roster that I have is good enough and accurate, is you guys can do scouting with real player stuff and try to convince me that a certain player is worth acquiring. Say we need that third baseman. Apparently we're the Boston Red Sox, and you're like, hey, I really want you to go take a look at Curtis Mead. I'll be like, all right, convince me. Why should I trade for Curtis Mead? Give me your argument. You're my scout, right? You're the expert. You're the Curtis Mead expert here. I feel like I'm just dissing Curtis Mead. I just don't understand that trade. But you're gonna help me essentially make the argument for that player. And if you make a convincing argument, if the rest of chat agrees with your argument, nobody, dissents and says, no, don't do that deal. We're doing it. So it's going to be from scratch, essentially. You guys are doing the rebuild. I'm just simming it. But it's a little bit different because I want to try to incorporate a little bit of like the scouting, all this, of using real life data and not. Meanwhile, I'm gonna give you guys some targets. I'm gonna give you guys some goals as scouts. I'm gonna assign you to tasks. Hopefully we can end up building something to win a World Series with. And then, inevitably, if we end up losing, because I've never lost a rebuild, I get to put all the blame on my scouts and not me. Because I didn't fail me. That had to be you guys. So, it's my way of denouncing all blame from any mistake that I make. It's all on you. So, do you understand your roles? Hopefully you do. I'll probably explain it a lot. Trade fair, Jose De Paula, shoot, kind of false. All right, we'll see what we need first. So we'll jump. We'll jump in. We're going to kind of randomize the team. We want to start with no real challenge. So I'm going to do a team I have not rebuilt yet this year that is losing. So if I go to the MLB standings right now, we're going to randomize this a little bit. Teams below 500 in the AL that we have not yet rebuilt. The Baltimore Orioles. Minnesota Twins, I'm going to knock that off the list of something because we are, I have that video in waiting. So the Baltimore Orioles, the Kansas City Royals, the Houston Astros, the Los Angeles Angels, Seattle Mariners. Mariners feels weird to say that that's the team that we would rebuild. The Miami Marlins, the New York Mets, Cincinnati Reds, I guess the Padres. At this point, they are technically below 500. We could also do the Nationals if we wanted to as well. They're 53 and 52. I think that's fine. They're probably not making the playoffs at that. So we're going to random it in the sense of I'm going to scroll through and just slide up and down, and if we land on one of those teams, that's the team we're rebuilding. And we'll see what we get. Hopefully we get one of those teams and I don't have to respin it. That's nope. Kind of shocked. That team, the Phillies, were okay. You guys are going to be the scouts for the Miami Marlins. Wait, we got to get in character. I think I have something ready for that. And I am The GM. For your Miami Marlins. So, that gives us a start. Marlins have a good system I think we can build from. I think there's some interesting players already here. So, Marlins. We're going to take GM contract off. My first representative put Tyler Phillips back in the bullpen. What are they doing? Not a bad idea. I'm also using my custom roster I used for the last video. I will say, I think Emmanuel Clase and Wander Franco are in this roster. I'm not signing those two. So, Manuel. And we'll start on opening day. I hope that the roster looks good for the Marlins' sake. All right, so take a look at our roster. What we have here. We have a couple good pitchers here. You know, Yuri Perez, Max Meyer, Sandy Alcantara. And then we have to decide then, too, with Sandy, whether or not we keep him or we trade him. That's an interesting idea. Do we trade him? Do we keep him? Because Sandy is obviously really good in real life this year. What's Sandy looking at right now? Real life. I did see somebody in a recent video, or on the last video, say we should have a start today. And I completely agree, because I wish that I could see what his current stats were and how he's performing. Okay, so he's at a 4 ERA, 1.23 whip right now. I know these are kind of the basic stats. We're not necessarily looking at him great. I was just wondering, because I know he started off really hot this year, if he was still going to be at a level of production, but he's essentially an average pitcher right now. Okay, that's not bad. For a $10 million pitcher, that's fine. All right, so we have Sandy here then. That's an interesting pitcher to think about, because he is in the last year of his deal. Or no, not, he has one more year. He has a year technically next year that we're able to trade. Okay, you said Tyler Phillips should go in the bullpen. If you're below 500 by the All-Star break, trade Sandy. Okay, all right. So you're telling me to trade Sandy. I am now giving you the responsibility. You are saying that I should trade Sandy. You need to find me what I should trade him for. As my scout, I am designating you the Sandy Alcantara trade value machine. Smitty, that is your job until the All-Star break if we suck. If we win, then I don't need your help, but we might be able to trade for something anyways. You can use anything you want to use. You can ask me to look at the minors to see how they're playing in-game, but we can also say, look at Fangraphs, look at anything production-wise. Tyler Phillips, yes, that is a bullpen arm. That is straight up a bullpen arm. Actually, we're just going to go in right now. I agree with your decision there, Arbalest. We're just going to turn him into a relief pitcher. He is a relief pitcher. I think it'll be a good one, too. So Tyler Phillips into the bullpen. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 starters because Braxton Garrett. Braxton Garrett, I really like. I'm actually going to I think we're going to move the camera to the opposite side, I think, for now. I think that makes more sense. So that's just because I don't care about seeing the 40 man. Whatever. That don't really matter. I don't know exactly where to put my camera in this, by the way. So, all right, we got Braxton Garrett. That's part of our starting rotation. Our starting rotation is weak. It obviously has guys coming in Snelling, Milbrandt, Thomas White, Noble Myers, not a high potential here. Dude, this dude is crazy. Kevin DeFrank. I did not know that was a real dude, to be honest. When he popped up, I did not know he was a real dude, and I was so mad when he showed up in the White Sox video. Okay, we have Anthony Bender and Tyler Phillips in the bullpen. But the rest of our bullpen, probably not that great. Jansen Junk, Lake Bashar, Cade Gibson, Andrew Nardi. For some reason, the game thinks Andrew Nardi has a lot of trade value. So that could be a player that we can move off of. Pete Fairbanks and Ronnie Henriquez, I think, are both really good bullpen arms. So we got a few good bullpen arms. Catcher. Dude, this position we are stacked at. Joe Mack, I hate that Liam Hicks is a C potential in this roster. Oh, my last roster, he was so good. But anyways. And then Augustine Ramirez. So, we're talking about, like, really good at the catcher spot. First base, Stowers. He obviously could also play in the outfield. This roster does, by the way, have him in the outfield as well. If I were to make my camera fade away quick. He does have outfield eligibility. So we can play him in the outfield. Or first base, because he's not exactly the best defensive player. We have the beautiful middle infield of Xavier Edwards and Otto Lopez. Those two are great. I think those two are in a good position. And then third base is the question. We have Javier Sanoa, who's a guy I think I tried to put people on to like 3 years ago, but he has not been what I thought he was going to be. Then we have Connor Norby, Graham Pauley. That's nearly nothing. And then our outfield. Herberto Hernandez, amazing in Diamond Dynasty. I don't know how good he is in this roster. Jacob Marcy, pretty good. And then Owen Casey. So, looking at, I think, our roster needs right now, what do you think? We put Tyler Phillips in the bullpen. We're talking about trading Sandy if we need to move him away. I think we need a starting pitcher, right? Oh, I should probably do one more thing. We're gonna do one more thing quick. I'm gonna give you some music here, and I'll be right back. While you guys debate. Don't worry, I didn't leave you. I'm still here. We just had to, bring out the big board. If you're going to see all my lights and stuff reflecting off of it. The big board. If I go full screen. Boom, the big board. And I can see all my screens and everything too. Reflecting off it. So, we need a starting pitcher, third baseman, left fielder. Then we put a first baseman and put Stowers in left field instead of getting a new left fielder. That's some of the thoughts. Okay, so first off, we'll put down Sandy traded at deadline if below 500. I got this marker. Okay, so Smitty, you said we want a starting pitcher. So we'll just say our big board right now. We want starting pitcher, third baseman, left fielder. But we can say left fielder or first baseman. My God. Another marker. Can you guys read that? I don't even know if you can read that. I think you can, right? Continue to lean all the way into Royals ball. Hey, we could. We have with Xavier Edwards and Otto Lopez. If that's our base, I kind of like that as like an identity. So you're saying Royals ball? That's what we're gonna lean into. You want some Royals ball? We'll put that down as a thought. If I ever get in the way of it, just remember we have it here. Luis Garcia Jr. to add first base to add power to the lineup. Okay, so Luis Garcia Jr. We'll put that as a target. So we're gonna do a couple things here on this board. I'm gonna that's some goals. This is our needs. We'll put needs here. And then I think this is going to be that's the objective that Smitty has given us. I'm actually going to remove the Royals ball. I think we'll just keep that in mind. I don't think I need to put that on the board. I'm gonna put 3 different categories here. Scouting. You guys are going to give me names and stuff to look at. If you can give me some justification for these, because we got to know trade value. We got to know what we can trade for. Right now, we've got a couple things. So we have MLB. We have, obviously, amateur. And then minor. Let's do MI. As we do scouting, you guys might put down some of the names you see. I'm not going to scout unless you tell me to scout them. For minor leaguers. I'm pretty good at drafting without doing any scouting anyways. So I want you to feel like you have done the task. So 2 major leaguers we have on our board. Luis Garcia Jr. And Spencer Horwitz. Names we are interested in then. Okay. Do we have any minor league prospects you guys are interested in? You know, we've talked about we need starting pitcher, third base, left field, or a first baseman. Obviously, Roberto can play multiple positions. So he can play any of those outfields. We have Marcy, we have Casey. So we have outfielders. They're just not necessarily great, and they're pretty young. Starting pitcher is a significant weakness, so we could use those. Garcia, I think he can play third and first. Because he used to be a second baseman. He can play first now. Generally, if you can play second and now that you play first, you probably can play third base. That's not unbelievable to see. And then we'll kind of look into the scouting and the scouting stuff as we get to that first scouting week in baseball. Because we have our positions of need. You guys have helped decide that already. Justin Gonzalez, that's a prospect, correct? Yeah, I believe. I think I recognize his name. Is he Philly system? No, Boston system. Okay. A decent hitter. Right now, it looks like. I don't have his Fangraph stuff open. If you want to give me any Fangraphs information on him, that would be helpful too. If we want to get really nerdy about it. Any Fangraphs or real data would be good too. Zara Montez from the M's is a great power outfielder. Great starting pitcher prospects and likely to be buying. Okay. So if we're selling, the Mariners are a good target team. So we're talking about Zara Montez. My God. And I think if we're talking about pitchers for them, we're probably not looking at Cade, because Cade Anderson's going to be way too expensive. We do not have the assets for that, unless we're giving up Xavier Edwards or Otto Lopez. And personally, I like those two. And Arbalist has decided that that is our identity. So I think we've kind of decided Xavier Edwards and Otto Lopez are untouchable. So Ryan Sloan might be a target. If you have anybody cheaper than Ryan Sloan, I like that idea. So if you can find a good prospect value, that's why I said come up with some of your arguments here too. If you can give me data, like if you tell like I don't know if you can send links, but if you can, I don't remember if that gets banned here. Any Fangraphs information? Emerson Hancock. I think Emerson Hancock in this roster is ridiculous. I will say. I'll go look at him quick after I write down these names. Gonzalez. Aiden Miller. Oh. If we could get Aiden Miller from the Phillies, that's an in-division trade. Dude, smart. That's a little tough. We'll look. We'll take a look at him. If Cade is too expensive, Sloan is too. I've just seen Sloan sometimes a little bit cheaper. I'm guessing we don't have the assets unless we wanted to trade like Abe Arquette. We could see what, like, that could be our Sandy deal, but I don't know if Sandy's worth that. And then Mike Sirota. All right, we'll start with that list. We'll do for a second here while you guys are still thinking. Is we'll scroll through some rosters quick. We'll take a look at we'll do our initial roster scouting report for these teams. Because we obviously wanted to look at some of these teams. So Mariners are over here. So Mariners starting pitcher Emerson Hancock. This roster way too good, right? I don't think we're getting Emerson Hancock because for some reason Luis Castillo's already like worth nothing. Yeah, Cade Anderson, Ryan Sloan might both be too expensive. I'm just thinking if I'm not gonna be able to get Cade Anderson. If I wanted to go for one of them, probably Sloan. We could target them. But they don't really have much else in here in this roster. Because I don't think Logan Evans is really worth going after. But we could target them. It's saying it doesn't hurt to have them on the target list. Michael Arroyo. So we're essentially looking to hopefully pilfer the Mariners. Connolly early. Connolly early is too expensive, apparently. Or Sandy would be too expensive. I don't have a garbage third baseman to give them. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm hating hard. Michael Arroyo. Decent target. I like that idea. Johnny Farmello. Not a bad idea. Good all-around player. Could really help fit our identity here. Good defensively. A little concerned because the defensive rating might be too high. Let's go look at a few of those other prospects that you guys mentioned. So, Sirota from the Dodgers. A potential? What? Totally is going to be ridiculous in this roster. Totally was winning Cy Youngs, I think, in this roster. Yeah. Because he, in the White Sox video I did, he was insane. So, Connolly early is apparently goodable. So we could get Connolly early. Probably for nothing. Damn, they put him above us, right? Dude, like, trying to find a roster, it sucks. The guy who I was using the rosters of for most of the season so far stopped making rosters. Which sucks, because his rosters were so good. And then when we got to the draft stuff, half the great rosters, like the good roster creators, didn't put all the prospects. So Bryce Rainier and Andrew Fisher. Dude, I love Andrew Fisher. I do. I'm a big fan of Andrew Fisher. I see first base in here. Andrew Fisher. I like Andrew Fisher. Andrew Fisher is probably not expensive either because the Brewers are Brewers. And they sell a lot of stuff in this roster. Or like in these rebuilds because they're so good. Bryce Rainier. Okay. So we're going to put Bryce, or Rainer, my bad. My brain wants to go to Rainier, but it's Rainer. Where did I just put? That's right. Okay. We're gonna put those down. I think I'm gonna erase Sirota. Actually, no, I'm not. They're the Dodgers. The Dodgers are buying everything. They're always selling prospects. So we're gonna leave that available. Andrew Fisher. Bryce. Okay, that's our first good initial list. I don't think we're going to make any moves to start the season. I think we'll play the first, 2 weeks. We'll get to amateur scouting. And we'll kind of see where we're at. We're going to see how this team will actually sim for the first 2 weeks, right? So. Other good question. I think River Ryan. I don't want a 28-year-old. He's probably not worth much, but I don't think we want him. Okay. Scouting. You guys are my scouts. So I'm essentially just going to pick what I would normally grab for scouts here. I'll try to find what I can find here. 5. I think we'll go with 84K right here. I like an efficiency pitcher. And then we need an efficiency position player. Okay, so there's a pitcher scout, position player scout, and then our discovery scout. You guys are the scouts anyways, so it don't really matter. All right, we're going to go into our trade hub. We'll put some of those targets you guys had. So some of the ones I liked from that idea. Big fan. We'll look at the Mariners. Both those guys are untouchable right now. So I don't think we can look at them yet. I do think the Red Sox Connolly early thing, they're going to be untradeable. So I'm just going to see what guys are not yet. I think it's just going to be maybe Andrew Fisher. No, okay. All right, we can't put targets yet. Untouchables, we have decided, is Otto Lopez and Xavier Edwards. Trade block, I think we have decided Sandy. We're not going to trade him if we don't have to, of course. Josh Hammond from the Royals. Unfamiliar with Josh Hammond. Is he 19? Has he played yet? 126 minor league stats. 292 average, 773 OPS. He is a shortstop. That doesn't really mean anything right now because the entire minor league system for the entire major leagues is a shortstop. This Fangraph stuff look like? I don't recognize this guy. I've never really heard of him, so. Here's your Fangraphs information from Josh Hammond. Decent. Looks like he's only played 1 year in single A. Could be a third baseman. I like the OPS. Or the OBP, not the OPS. Doesn't look like much of a slugger. Do we have his... Yeah, power... Power's not bad. That hit tool's pretty weak, honestly. There, let's go look. Edmund Valdez. Yeah. Yeah. I do believe that the Royals might not need him with the two infielders they have. That's why I kind of like the idea. The problem is, when you think about them, are they going to be selling at any point? Because, and is he in the roster is the other question. Yeah, he is. Okay. So Josh Hammond. More defensive. Good, decent speed. Okay. We can put Josh Hamm in there. As Valdez's power bat outfielders. Dude, I think Valdez. So I love the idea. I think he might be too good. He's in the majors though right now. Tennis swing and miss, but he's been really increasing his walk rate and his ISOs serve. Oh yeah, dude, like Lazaro Montes is amazing. I wish I should have had the chat on this. I don't know why it's not working on my screen. That would have been really useful to have for VOD purposes. Lazaro Montes, high swinging. I do think the Lazaro Montes move would be a smart move. Get some extra power. Doesn't really fit the identity we're going for, but it also is nice to have just a guy who's a little bit different than kind of everybody else, you know. I think Esmeralin Valdez or Esmeralin Valdez and Lazaro Montes I think fit pretty well together here. So I'll put Hammond and Valdez here. Problem is, I don't know if the Royals are going to be selling prospects. We obviously can't make any deals right now because nobody's trading, because everybody's untouchable. Because, of course, this is the beginning of the season. So, let's start our year. Actually, let me just double check my lineup. Oh, Horowitz? Yeah, let's check. I don't think Horowitz is that good in this roster, which sucks because Horowitz is usually pretty good. But he's a backup, which means might be attainable. I don't know what that potential rating is going to be, but the stats are nice. He's definitely a platoon bat. I like that. So he's really cheap. What do you use for rosters? So this is the first roster I found after the prospects. I think it's called like Bolt All-Star Franchise or whatever. I had it in my last video. There's a in the White Sox video. I think it's like the 2-minute mark, something like that. It pops up. It's also in the description of the White Sox video. It's not, I don't think it's that good of a roster, to be honest, but it's customized a little bit. Okay, Spencer Horwitz, I like the idea of. Okay, let's go. Let's check our lineup quick. Make sure it actually looks good here. Edwards as the top. Stowers is fine there. Otto Lopez. Otto Lopez does not feel like he should be this low in the lineup. We do not have lefty. We do not have guys that can hit lefties at all. Like, I think I'd switch. Oh, but man, Augustine cannot play. Whatever. We'll do Casey for now. That's terrible. Our lefty lineup is going to be terrible, I think. Oh, also, I gotta manage this team correctly from my perspective. Pitching coach section. Pitching coach. Pitching coach. Pitching coach. Pitching coach. Pitching coach. We gotta make sure our guys develop at the right rate, right? That's just my job as the GM to make sure that our bullpen session that works too. No, we don't care about that. It's my job to make sure that our training in the minor leagues is doing a great job, right? You guys are scouts. You don't care about that. Now you can also see my my training method. Good contact. Good contact. I really should have Augustine playing, increasing his defense. You already have good contacts, so we're going to increase your hitting coach stuff. Dude, your hitting coach stuff is terrible. Got to increase the value of our prospects as much as we can. Yeah, well, it felt like they, because they changed the ratings and everything, like that was like it just changed what was more valuable. It's still funny because you spend most of your time and it's like, all right, well, there's only two things that actually matter, really. with stats still, but okay, you don't need contact. You need this. I mean, you need contact lefty, but that's not going to help you. You need contacts. Like I never developed power, really, because it doesn't really need to be developed. In fact, we're optimizing. We should probably adjust our lineup and everything and do my coaches how I want to do them, since we're optimizing here. Guys, we've been doing this for almost an hour. We haven't even simmed a game yet. People watching this back as a VOD are like turning it off. And like, or hopefully they're just asleep. Okay, there's our training. Now I'm gonna go into the coaches, make sure my coaches are fine. Isaac Stratton's pretty good. That's +2 power. For that's not bad. That's terrible. We need... That's not bad. Oh, Carlos Valdez is pretty good just across the board. We'll take the across the board guy. Stay here forever, so I never have to think about you again. Goodbye. Okay. That's decent. Okay, let's get into the season. How do we do against the Colorado Rockies? 5-1 victory. 10-0 victory. Guys, we're goated. Obviously, because we swept the Colorado Rockies. We even won 10-0 in a game. Herberto Hernandez hit a home run. All right. Now we are to your next task. Obviously, the most fun task. We have already decided our needs are starting pitcher, third base, and either first or left field. And we'll go left field because it's an outfielder. First basemen are just kind of easy to get late. All right. This is going to be the difficult part of how I want to do this. I am going to, first off, we're going to put a discovery guy on for pitcher international. He's going to go in the third slot. We will do our pitcher scout. Just starting there. Looking at position players. This is where you guys are going to help here. Pitchers, I think we're going to be able to get just good, talented pitchers by doing discovery as well as this. What prospect do you guys like the most of all of these position players? So first off, I'm just gonna scroll through from the base stats, and if you have a name that you like, put it in chat. Whether that's a prospect profile that you like, position you like, it's fine by me, and we will work from there. So just, if you got a name you like, just put it in chat. We'll come back to them. I'm just going to scroll for a little bit. Maybe some of these profiles will look interesting. Or actually, no. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. I'm gonna revert that. I'm gonna remove my camera for a second, so that way you can see their positions on the top right. Now I'm gonna scroll, because now you can see the profiles. Tom O. I'll say the names. Noah Hope, third baseman. Fernando Vesperas, second baseman. Luis Cabrera, third baseman. Alden Browning, second baseman. We'll skip the pitchers. Steve Lantigua, center fielder. Anderson Conine, third baseman. Gregoria Hernandez, third baseman. Jeff Cisneros, second baseman. Eddie Martinez, catcher. Ken McKee, catcher. Don't care about pitchers. So many pitchers. Jay Flaherty, right fielder. Jeff Davis, that's the starting pitcher. Andrew Murphy, right fielder. Edgar Ramirez, shortstop. Alberto Hernandez, first baseman. Cam Bird, closing pitcher. Skip pitchers. Pablo Chacon, right fielder. Just keep putting down names as I go. I'm going to go even to second round picks and stuff. I'll just put them all on the board. And we'll go back and take a look at them. Derek Hansen, center fielder. Terrence Weber, catcher. Matt Coburn, left fielder. Reggie Gorel, left fielder. Bucky McFadden, second baseman. Pedro Francisco, first baseman. Gilberto Carmona, first baseman. So many pitchers. Quincy Lopez, right fielder. Johnny Patterson, second baseman. Miguel Orojo, left fielder. Richard Yoshida, shortstop. Nick Corey, second baseman. Rich Cabrera, catcher. Kenneth McLaughlin, right fielder. Roosevelt Lancaster, center fielder. That is the first 2 rounds of picks. So I'm going to take note of some of the guys that you wrote down. I'll put my error that you said in chat, and then we'll go back and look at them. All right. First one I saw was Gregorio Hernandez. Steve Lantigua. Andrew Murphy. Anderson Conine. Luis Cabrera. Terrence Weber. Dude, we're gonna fill up this board. Jay Flaherty, Reggie Gorel. We're gonna need a lot of these guys. Gilberto Carmona, Kenneth McLaughlin, and Miguel Orojo. What's the first name? Kenneth McLaughlin? All right, we have our names. Let's go take a look. And we have comp A pick. Yeah, so those are for pick 14 and 51. Obviously, there's chances of pitchers in these spots too, and we need pitchers. So let's take a look at these position players that we named. So our first one that we put on our list, and we will scout most of these guys. I'm just curious on which ones you guys want to scout the most. Okay. First one we said, well, Luis Cabrera is the highest on this board of guys. So Luis Cabrera, third baseman. He has a 94 potential at his peak and a 78 overall at his peak. He looks like a complete all-around player at third base. There's really not any flaws to his game. As a third baseman, really good. The arm strength thing being that high, though, is a little bit of a concern. It's a little too high. Next name I saw was Steve Lantigua. Defensive first. Fast outfielder. Has a higher peak. Not as good of a bat, but still a pretty good all-around player. Anderson Conine. If these stats are true, amazing player. Great contact, great defense, even fast. Not a great arm, but that's okay. Gregorio Hernandez, same idea. The vision is really high, so we could be a little bit concerned by that, but the power is so low that he might be fine. All right, next name as we go through our list here, Jay Flaherty, right fielder. Ooh. Well, that bat's pretty good, pretty consistent. Arm's a little weak. He's really fast. Andrew Murphy, a little bit older prospect. Looks like he's 21. Decent bat, decent all-around. Just kind of a good player. Next one I think we had on our list, Terrence Weber. That contact right is so high. It's the only concern. The steal rating being a 0 is wonderful, though. The power being that low. This dude, interesting. If only we needed a catcher. Reggie Gorel, fast. And we already can tell he can play catcher based on his stats. He has the blocking and pop time as a secondary defensive trait. As a left fielder, we already have been given the clue this guy can play catcher. Interesting. Gilberto Carmona, probably too good defensively. That's so fantastic defensively. I'm a little concerned about that one. And then Miguel Arojo. Is he a little older? No, he's not. A little bit lower ceiling. Kind of all around. Decent contact. Not necessarily the best in anything, but could be good. Kenneth McLaughlin. More power. That's your power bat. If we get Lazaro Montes or we make a trade, I don't think this player makes a lot of sense to grab. But could be good. So out of the guys we just did there, anybody you want to scout first? Personally, just looking at them, I really want to know about Terrence Weber. We don't need him. But if this stat is true, that's really good. But I also think Luis Cabrera is like a sure thing. I don't think he's going to last to us, honestly, at pick 14. He looks too good. Who do you want me to scout first? Of our board. Who we scouting first? All of our options. So many names on this board. We will scout all of them. Catcher? Terrence Weber? Weber's legit. He's the guy, but I like Cabrera too. I think Cabrera's legit. I don't think he's going to be there at 14. Weber might be. Okay. I'll let some other flow in, but I think we're going to do Weber first then, because I think people want Weber. Okay. So we're going to scout Weber first. The two can play catcher. We don't need that, though. Just remember, we do have Joe Mack, Augustine Ramirez, and Liam Hicks. And as the season started, okay, they all suck, but it does. But ignore that. Ignore that. It's early. We're 6-2. All right, we'll go a week. We also generally want to go about a month, anyways, to get teams to be in the decision making of buying and selling. That helps you then start to be able to decide who we can make trades with. Okay. Weber stays pretty consistent. That's pretty good. For him to not really move, his potential does drop to 94, but that's always that can go up. That is a thing. We can trade Ramirez. I actually think we might be able to trade him too. I don't think we really need him. Hicks, our first baseman DH. The thing is, Hicks is interesting. Augustine Ramirez is a liability on defense. Yeah, Augustine Ramirez essentially is a DH if you have him on the roster. We'll give Weber another week. I don't think he's as great as he looked, but I don't know. Generational talents might not exist in this game anymore. I literally have never seen one. And you know, we'll worry about that as we go. By the way, it is late July. I still have not seen a generational talent. I've been playing this game since March. I have like 800 hours in this game. Okay. All right, we'll go another week. We'll see if Weber is good. Preston Garrett is injured. Scouting assignments. All right. So after two... Terrence Weber. He is legit. Terrence Weber is legit. You guys might have made the right call there. We'll scout him one more week just to be certain, but I think Terrence Weber is legit. I think you guys might have made the call there correctly. So I think Terrence Weber... Look at chat. Okay, you had one just yesterday? Dude, I'm just unlucky. Chat has made the call. Terrence Weber. What a good call by chat. We're going to go one other week. Make sure it's that he is actually legit. The problem is, remember, we have pick 14. Can always DH for now. True, you can. Hey, we're 12-9. We might not even be we might not even be selling. We might be buying. Okay, we'll go one more week here with Terrence Weber. I just want to guarantee that he is legit. You guys found, I don't think a generational talent, but I think a sub-generational talent. Terrence Weber. That is 100% our first pick if he's there at pick 14. Great job, chat. Round of applause to you for calling it out. Who called it out first? Who said Terrence Weber first? What two Brady Cass? I think you and Bradley Snyder. You guys said his name first. I'm giving you guys the credit. If he is there at 14, that is the pick. Genius. And if we take him, then we definitely can trade one of these catchers. Woo! All right. Our first overall pick could be good. I think that means we need to find a sleeper in case he's gone at pick 14. Do you guys still want to scout Luis Cabrera, knowing we probably won't take him? This is essentially, now we are scouting for our backup first-round pick. Or we could scout for our second-round pick, if you already are comfortable with Terrence Weber. It's up to you guys. I will let you decide. Do we scout for a backup first-round pick in case Weber is gone? Or do we just move straight to the second round and try to find a second-rounder? We're passing on Cabrera. So actually, because of that, let's do this. We are going to remove. Not that Luis Cabrera could be good, but obviously he is very chance. Backup pick with a potential just to be the second round. So Luis Cabrera, goodbye. Off the board. I think that also means probably Anderson Conine. So let's actually, quick. Anybody who is rated currently above Weber. We'll do that way. So we had Cabrera on the board, Lantigua on the board, Conine on the board. We'll say those guys were all above 14. We'll take all of those guys off the board. So, oh, it's Gregorio, right? Yeah. Gregorio, Antigua, and Cook. Do you want any of the guys we currently have on our board that are a little bit lower? Like a Jay Flaherty, for example. Because I see you guys say backup with the potential to just be the second round pick. So, one thing with that, to think about it, just how the simming goes normally, and how this game works, is it has to be based on what the CPU says. So we have pick 51. If the CPU does not scout them, and they're still ranked, like right here, let's say nobody scouts Quincy Lopez, he would go 47th, right? If, essentially. So for second rounders, we're either trying to move up the board and grab somebody who jumps up to 51, or hope that nobody scouts. So we're going to do Jay Flaherty first. You want? As our backup? Okay. So we'll scout Jay Flaherty for a little while. We're going to switch the this to... I just do international and central. There's always a chance to. We could take a closing pitcher. We could take a relief pitcher. We could take a starting pitcher with that second round pick as well. Because we do need pitchers. So that doesn't hurt. But Terrence Weber is the top of our board. Dude, Sandy. 1.83 right now. How's the pitching rotation looking? Oh my god. Ryan Gusto sucks. Oh, Tyler Phillips. You should not be there. Ryan Gusto should probably be in the bullpen too. But I'm not calling up Thomas White or Robbie Snelling. We do not have a fifth pitcher. So we'll let Gusto stay there. But Sandy, great start. Kyle Stowers, great start. Casey sucks. Okay, let's just swap him and Lopez. Joe Max doing well. Yeah. Okay. All right, so we're scouting Jay Flaherty. We're off to a great start, guys. Ryan Gusto just won a game. Actually, no, our bullpen did. 17-16. We're just above 500. We're about the same spot the Marlins are, actually. Flaherty, not good. I'm going to abandon ship, I think, on this already. When you see somebody drop that much, they're not good. So Flaherty, not good, not worth going after. So we can make that move right away. Goodbye, Jay Flaherty. Do you want me to look lower down the board, or do you just want to keep going off of our list? I'll let you guys choose there. We can go. We still have a couple guys on our list. We have Andrew Murphy, Reggie Gorel, Carmona, McLaughlin, Orojo. We can take one of. We can look at one of those guys, or we can look lower down the list if you want to. Remember, we only looked to the top 60. I don't think Jay Flaherty is the guy. Lower on the board. Maybe Hernandez. Gorel had speed. Gorel was fast. You want to look at Gregorio again? So, there's Gregorio, third baseman. We could go back look at him. I think he'd probably be gone if our other guy's gone. But we can look at Hernandez. I don't mind that. And then was Goral, right fielder. Left fielder. Goral was the fast guy. Who could play defense? Or who could play catcher. Alright. Goral's the next guy on our list then. We also can look at... You guys want Mike Trout? No. Connolly early? Hey. Somebody said we should trade for Connolly early. This might be the time. We do need a fifth pitcher really bad. I can't remember who said Connolly earlier. This might be the time to trade for him. We need a fifth pitcher right now. What would they want? They want a catcher, a second baseman, or a shortstop. And I think we're going to try to lowball them if we do. They're buying, which means they're not going to want prospects. Unless you want to, because I don't think we have to move. I don't think we have to move Augustine Ramirez. Curtis Mead. I don't got Curtis Mead. They don't want him. They want a shortstop. Do we Ramirez? Are you sure? When you look at his value, he's at an 863 OPS. Do you think we could get more for him? Actually, okay. So we're working out this deal, right? We want Connolly early. You guys want to trade Augustine Ramirez? We need to maximize value. This is me coming in as GM here. You guys have also told me to go after Justin Gonzalez. Is he going to be available right now? He is. Hicks is terrible. So we could either try to do a Hicks for Connolly early straight up swap. Or we could try to fleece and get Gonzalez and Connolly early. Probably have to throw in a little bit more into this deal to make it happen. But they're willing to trade both of those players. This is a really... We could capitalize on the value of Hernandez. We could also just mark up both trades. Now, I probably have to throw in something else here. Like we could throw in Jacob Berry. Or Leo Jimenez. Or both. We could throw them both in. We obviously don't want to give up Ava Arquette or Jacob Lombard. We'll do this offer. Nice thing is we can do multiple deal offers. We will also throw just Hicks for early. We're also going to add him to the targets. And because he was available, we can also throw in... Sorry, Montez is available. Faramello is available. Let's go past him. Okay. We got two deals up here. We'll see if the Red Sox want either of them. I think you guys are okay. Or do I rescind one of them? And just say, no, we're not even going to do that. We're not even going to debate it. Strategy looking like currently. Okay. Right now, we are a pitcher short. Oh, we're sitting at 500. The idea, chat has so far decided to either to put Augustine Ramirez or Liam Hicks on the block, because we don't need catchers, and we have found our prospects to draft. Both deals are fine, and these two are targets that we have. Early and Justin Gonzalez. We're obviously, I think we're hoping they take this deal. Though they're overvaluing Augustine Ramirez. I'd be completely fine getting rid of Augustine Ramirez if we can get both these guys out of this deal. Okay. That's what we're going to be sitting on then. And we got a scouting, right? Oh, no, I got to go another week. All right. What does Boston say? They did not like that. So they didn't like the Liam Hicks deal. They're thinking about this deal. They're not going to accept it. Generally, that means they're not going to accept it, by the way. So Liam Hicks, not even interesting in them at all. Reggie Gorel, not good. Can play catcher, though. So we'll take Gorel off the list. I don't think he's going to be worth going after. That's a big drop. They put Tibbs up. They did. Good defense is smart. Yeah. So I think we might have to give up a little bit more. I don't think they're going to accept that deal. Also, we'll take Gorel off the list. That prospect's not going to turn out to be anything. Sucks. Because he does look like he could be good. Gorel, probably off the list. All right, we'll look lower on the board now. We also will start doing we want outfielders. So we'll start doing some discovery for outfielders as well. And I'm going to go, I think we'll just go by position here. The guys that are lower on the board. So we have not looked from 60 to 100. That's where we'll look here. First off, there's a couple guys. This is an interesting one. This is what I would normally look at. An older guy. Fast. Might be too good already. Probably not. Amos Kennedy. A little bit all around. Greg Sanchez. Not worth it. 84 potential. No thanks. Jonah Henley. Defense speed. It's all right. And then Johnny Kissenberry. Fast as well. So once again, if you have any names that you see that you want me to put on the board, we will put them on the board. This is Esteban Ramos. I'll remove my face again. Polanco, because that was center fielders. Polanco is 21. Okay, so we'll look outfielders first. Then we'll go back to third baseman and all that as well. Esteban Ramos. Then Derek Barr. That's okay. I'm vetoing that. That guy sucks. Alfonso Cortez. All right. Giancarlo Castaneda. Right fielder. 83 potential. I'm ignoring that. I'm looking at the potential. If it's below 90, I don't want it. I like playing the risky game. That's Anton Suno. That is the end of the ranked guys. Guy Hunt. 19. Eric Heck. 85 potential. Not worth it. Jose Marmolejo. Harrison Nishi. 85 potential. I need to be looking at that more. I'm doing the thing where I'm just kind of letting you guys go. Those are the guys in the hundreds. When we start looking at those, that's just kind of risks and stuff. Third baseman. The only one really here is Bobby Bonner. 91 potential. We can go back to Miguel Orojo. He was on our big board already. Just like we have Gregorio Hernandez. We can go back and look at too. First baseman you guys had on the list. That guy's terrible. If that guy is actually that's insane. Not good, not worth it. And now we're talking about the big boys that are really far away. Though, probably good. This guy is probably actually great. Keith Fraser. Yes. I think the plan is to build around both Edwards and Lopez. And we're just going to work from there. So, we said add Kenny. I think it's Kenny and... So add Kenny and Polanco to the board and Ramos. You guys have any other names you saw that you want to put on the board? I'll put that up. Is it George Polanco? Esteban Ramos. And almost Kenny. And because we had Miguel Arojo already on the board, I think we'll start with Arojo. Then, because he's still on our board. And he could be there. Probably isn't. Just based on meta knowledge. But, could be. It was nice that the scout would be quick. True. Okay, we'll do Polanco first then. We'll just do Polanco first. I'm kind of thinking Araujo not gonna be good. How long does it take for you to usually film a rebuild? It depends. So, like, if it has a career sim element to it, which means I have to simulate to the end, it can... Ooh, well, I don't know if the Yuri Perez deal matters anymore. 1 to 2 months without... Or the Connolly early deal. Because 1 to 2 months without Yuri Perez, we don't have pitching anymore. So, I mean, we have it. Connolly early is not going to save the day. We might be sellers now. And they rejected the deal anyways. So, all right. Pivot. So, injured list. Fractured wrist. By the way, Yuri Perez, 247 when he went down. Time to start cooking up Sandy deals. Maybe we wait a little bit. We're 21 and 20. We'll see if we can survive a little bit here. Bring Tyler Phillips back to the starting rotation. We just don't have... We don't even have minor league guys I can put in that spot. Like, if you look at our roster, we just don't have pitching. Robbie Snelling and Thomas... I'm not wasting those guys on this. They're not ready. We might just have to make a trade for a pitcher because we need one. Also, Wander Franco's right there. You guys want Trevor Bauer? Just kidding. I am not signing Trevor Bauer. The Tigers want for Casey Mize. Well, let's make sure he's on the trade block. Because I want to trade for just guys that are just here. Zach Eflin's available. Trevor Rogers is available. Trevor Rogers sucks. One of the other current lower average decent potential players for a pitcher. Nestor for a year. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, we're... That's why I didn't, like, heavily recommend the roster when we did it. For Foster Griffin. Okay, so we just need a pitcher on the roster, I think. So let's just see. I think I will do the... I think I'm gonna sign Nestor. Not Trevor Bauer. I gotta release somebody. One sec. Let me go to my 40-man. Let's release him too. He sucks. Actually, he doesn't suck. Why does he not suck? You suck, though. We're just going to sign Nestor to be our 4th pitcher. And then we can look at our 5th pitcher. All right, welcome, Nestor Cortez. You are now the ace of the rotation. Okay. All right. We will look at the trade hub quick. Let's just see what other teams want. Let me move my let me remove my camera for a second. So some of these teams are looking for prospects. That's why the Orioles were willing to trade every single one in their rotation. If we were honestly still buying, Dean Kremer would not cost us anything. Zach Eflin. I still like the idea of Connolly early. Maybe we just got to up the deal. I mean, if you guys want, we could still do the Connolly early deal. We just got to add more than what we did. Or we could sell. And we can go get Zaramontes and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think we're worried about money. I think we're worried about assets. Like, I don't know if I have... And I had to wait till June 15th anyways. I don't know if I have the assets to be able to get what I want for him. So, like, with the Orioles, I don't know if I need anything. Too early to be sellers? I'm going to guess that Connolly Early's potential is like a 74. That's why. Because his rating's actually going down. No, Jake Bennett is still untouchable. We get Cutter Crawford. Oh yeah, let's Tigers, sorry. Tigers. He's not on the trade. Oh my god, okay. I don't know if they'd trade him. I think we'd have a better chance of just getting one of their prospects. What are the bad teams? Us. We're not bad. Standings wise, Nationals. Let's just go wild card. Rockies, Nationals, Brewers. Okay. D-backs. White Sox, Angels, A's, Orioles. Okay, this is a crazy simulation already. Brewers be selling any of their ridiculous supply of pitchers? You get Chad Patrick. No, because Kyle Harrison's a god in this roster. Here come the Mariners. Problem with, like, I just don't know what to deal with them for the Mariners. Because I think the Mariners are probably going to win the World Series in this sim. Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan are too expensive. We can't do anything from them. We could get Lazaro Montes. That's about it. In from the A's? Okay, let's go look at the A's. Severino, Springs. Oh, is he a reliever? Wait, what? Oh, no, he's untouchable. Okay, he's untouchable, so we can't get JTG in. Oh, they suck. He's young. And they probably have team control. Yeah, they've got 5 years of team control. They're not going to trade him. Troy Melton and the Tigers a possibility? Tigers are good. So Tigers, we're going to have a better chance of getting prospects. I saw they were in the top of their division. Where is Troy Melton? He's not bad. He's a minor leaguer. We could probably get him for, like, nothing. Like, I'm just going to offer this. I don't care about Esteury Ruiz. He's actually pretty good in this roster. Turning my camera on so you can see my reaction when I just saw... What? Maybe I just need to call Esteury Ruiz up. I was like, I'm going to trade him. He's not really worth anything. What? Reese Hines, my on-base machine breaks all my algorithms. .824 OPS from... Dude, he's got to be in the major leagues right now. I got to call him up. Griffin Conine's the only guy who can hit lefty, so I can't trade him. Or on base percentage king. Yeah, I know, right? He's really like in my all my spreadsheets, his numbers are really high. Okay. We're gonna try to get him for Calvin Foucher. I don't think Calvin Foucher is gonna play for us. He's too expensive. So we're gonna move that. We'll try to get Troy Melt. That's just an easy deal I think we could do. We apparently have a outfielder I have to call up because that's ridiculous. Do you guys want to do the... Springs is alright. He's not good. He should be better. We might be able to buy low on Jeffrey Springs, to be honest. Like, okay, if we take a look at what they need. Relief, catcher, second baseman. Okay, here's the problem. Esteury Ruiz has got an 853 OPS right now in real life. What? Yeah. Yeah, all right. All right. Esteury Ruiz is going to be in the Major League roster this year. Okay. There's not much that we have here that they would want, right? For Jeffrey Springs, but we can probably get him cheap. So they want a relief pitcher, a closing pitcher, and a second baseman. Jacob Berry. 18th prospect in our system. And then Nigel Belgrave, he's never going to play. It's a low. We're lowballing here because I really don't want to give up much. We are also. I'm gonna, because we wanted that Connolly early deal. I'm going to try to spice up the pot here now. Okay. So they still want catcher. Leo Jimenez wasn't enough. What about Starlin Cava instead in this deal? The problem is I can't put Jacob Berry in this deal. So we would have to throw in, if I'm trying to trade him in the other deal. BJ Morlando, I don't know. We're going to try this deal. It's not better than the last deal, to be honest. But maybe they'll take it. All right. Whatever. This is us trying to resolve this pitching problem now that Yuri Perez is out for the rest of the season. Or out for the next 2 months, at least. Okay. Nope. They said, absolutely not. That was quick. They said no. I am lowballing on these deals, by the way. Oh! Oh! PJ Morlando! Thank you! There's our pitcher. How did that deal go? Dude. All right. We have our 5th pitcher. We did have to give up Starlin Cabo, which sucks. But I don't think he was going to be good in this roster. And we get Justin Gonzalez. We did it. So we have now knocked off. Hey, let's go back to our board here. Our big board, guys. Our big board. We can take off Jacob Gonzalez because he's on the team. Boom. And Connolly early. I didn't have him on the board because we just kind of decided on that one. So you guys have we have now made some moves there. I gotta go to the lineup here. It's okay. We gotta make some adjustments now. I'm fine with Nestor staying because, well, we just need him. Let's look at the Major League roster here. Is there anybody we can send down that sucks? Hanson Junk, you are awful right now. Yeah, you're going to go down. So, would you be DFA'd if I did? No, you're not. Okay, perfect. We brought in a new guy, and that gives us room to bring up, apparently, the GOAT, Esteury Ruiz. And honestly, I think he's going to play. Like, because KC sucks right now. But I probably should keep Casey in. I don't think I'm going to get better than that. Marcy's been fine. Norby is terrible. Esteury Ruiz. Ruiz has got good defense, though, right? Okay, so we'll swap Ruiz and Casey for now. How's the rebuild going? We are 1 month in. That's it. You have not missed much. We intended for 2028, maybe a bit of 2027 if it all goes right. Hey, we do one thing we know. We got the Marlins. This is the same roster I did in my White Sox video. So when we ran into the Marlins in the White Sox video, which, by the way, absolutely insane that that's what happened. That I joked about it and then it happened. The Marlins were in the World Series 5 of the next 7 years. So the Marlins, I think, are just good in this roster. And now we've got Esteury Ruiz, who's the GOAT. All right, Owen Casey can come out because he cannot hit lefties. And boom, we now have Esteury Ruiz. Actually, are any of you guys bad at defense? You're bad at defense. And Esteury Ruiz is amazing. Okay, so we have now fixed our rotation, theoretically. We have resolved the Yuri Perez injury. And Connolly early gets to play his first game against Tampa. Is a 9-3 victory. There we go. Is so easy to develop because his hit tool is elite. Yes. I think when we get to July, I'm not caring about money in this rebuild, by the way. It's because I don't think it's really worth caring about. I'm extending it. Otto Lopez, Xavier Edwards, we're extending both of them. Okay. Scouting. We've been a little bit. George Polanco. I think we got to do one more week for accuracy. But that's pretty good. We did a little bit. We just traded for Connolly early. We actually joked about the fact that his value is apparently nothing because he's only worth Curtis Mead. Yeah, that guy's bad. So we talked a little bit about it. More in the sense of I thought his value was going to be way higher than it was. And Nestor Cortez winning games. Yes, we're not bad. We're still above 500. George Polanco is just that. George Polanco looks like a pretty safe second-round pick. If we don't, take like that. Or that. I think we're going to swap to Central. Okay. I like George Polanco. We had... Who else do we want to look at on this? Do we still want to look at Araujo? Amos Kenny? Oh, I don't think Curtis Mead's a bad player. I just thought that Connolly Early was going to be worth way more than that. Later round shortstop to replace Cabo. Yeah, let's just look at the other shortstops then. Like Geraldo Chavez, maybe. You want to replace him right there. Trevor Conklin. Look at, he's awful at everything. It means he's going to be an elite baseball player. That is, the sad thing is that that's actually true. I don't think I've seen a player look this bad. I'm putting him on the board because I don't think I've ever seen a player look that bad. Okay, so we have Kenny. So we're going to scout here. We have got, I think, 2 position players we're willing to draft now. Obviously, tons of pitchers because we are scouting just the position. So if you're worried about just like pitchers here, our second round pick could be Sammy Franco, like Chauncey Riley. Like those are going to be good picks. So prospect balancing is pretty bad this year. I'm putting Trevor Conklin on the board because if he's available in the 6th round, I'm taking him. That's just funny. He could be good. Okay. All right. That was a bad week. Man, we are not finding anybody in Discovery right now. Amos Kenny? That's all right. He stayed about the same. This could be a good player. Oh my God, we are falling. Trade Yandy Diaz gets traded to the Cubs for a bunch of pieces. That's a lot for Yandy Diaz and Garrett Clevenger. Oh my God. Okay, that's mainly for Garrett. Yeah, I shouldn't say that. Yandy Diaz is great. All right. We are struggling. I think the Yuri Perez injury is hurting us here. Amos Kenny could be a good pick. All right, I guess we're going to move to infielders because we're not finding anybody in Discovery. Could be a good player in Amos Kenny. Andrew Murphy is still on our board. We want to take a look at him. He'd be a quick scout. I think I'll just do him because he's a quick scout. Because that's a 1-week scout for us. I think Nick Gonzalez, Tamar Johnson, Andy. So the Pirates are buying. Okay, Pirates are buying. Woodruff to the Pirates. McGill, Jake Bowers. Oof. What? How did they get Cash Mayfield? Oh, was that the Padres? Was I stupid? I already forgot what that was. Oh, Murphy's bad. Okay, who else do we have on our board? Amos Kenny looks like a good pick. We also put Esteban Ramos. Right? I think you guys said. So we'll look at Esteban Ramos. Is center fielder? Left fielder? Right fielder. Okay. We'll look at Esteban Ramos. Could be doable. Helps the outfield big time. The question is, this division is loaded this year, right? Are we going to be fighting for a wild card spot when this division looks like this right now? AJ Preller moment? Dude, the Brewers are going to be stacked next year. Because it's crazy the Brewers suck right now. They actually don't. They've won 6 straight. They're just still considered sellers. And look at the run differential. I think if we wanted an extra pitcher, we could go get, we could call the Orioles, but I have a feeling our division, like, let's just look at the wild card too. I think we're selling. I think we're going to probably sell at the deadline. So, say goodbye to our desire for like a Luis Garcia. I think we're probably going to be having to sell off here at the deadline. So we got to start mocking up. What do we want for Sandy if we trade him? We don't have to trade him. Remember, we have another year of team control of Sandy. But what do we want for him? He's not really been... He was really good to start the season. Man, this is so accurate to real life. But he's not been good since. Again, another deal with the... Dude, this is the Chicago Rays. What the... Oh my god. The Rays have traded Yandy Diaz, Drew Rasmussen, Griffin Jax, and Pete Fairbanks to the Cubs. The entire farm system is now on the Tampa Bay Rays. Aiden Miller for Sandy. I don't know how we're getting that. I would hope so. What's up, Shifty? Caden Scarborough. The Cubs should win the World Series. Okay, Ramos sucked. All right. Oh, we found a discover. Oh, he sucks. That sucks. I hate seeing discoverables like that. Chicago's gonna lose in the first round, though, probably. Watch. All right. We are... you guys have hit on a couple prospects already. Do we want... Or do we want... we're just waiting for the June 15th so that we can start trading, guys. We'll trade on the 15th. That's when we'll look. And Clevenger. Yeah, dude. Crazy. Crazy. Who are the Rays going to trade next? Do we want another backup first round pick still? Or are we looking at... just down the board? Gregory Hernandez is injured, so I think he's off the board. I don't think we're drafting him. First base. Okay. So let's look down the first base board. So this is a pick 24. Let me hide my camera quick. Alberto Hernandez. All right. Pedro Francisco. This is a potential second round pick. Decent bat. No speed. You don't need it. Actually, really good potential bat right there. There's Gilberto Carmona, who's a defensive guy. I think he's on our board, by the way. He's still on our big board. Crazy defense for first base. But as we start looking lower, here's Leo Urbina. No way this guy's good. Michael Davis, not worth it. That's the board. So if you want first base, it's It's either Carmona, Francisco. Yeah, it's either one of those two. Or one of those three. If you want to scout any of them. You guys decide. You're the scouts. You've kind of already decided our first round pick if he's there. So this is a backup pick, essentially. Carmona? I'll let other people decide. Carmona or Francisco? We can scout them both. Arbalist says Carmona. If Shane McClanahan also ends up in the Cubs... Carmona? Okay. Gilberto Carmona. We have 3 more weeks of scouting. Oh, what's their height? Francisco is 6 foot. Carmona is 6'3". You don't like either, and Bradley Snyder doesn't like either of the options. Tigers, they have a decent amount of pitching prospects. Yes, so that's why we're gonna outlier physical build. Honestly, Carmona is kind of big. The no hope guy. That guy's huge. Bobby Bonner. That is a huge third baseman. You get tiny shortstops. It's a big center fielder, Derek Hansen. Yeah, we're gonna do Carmona, just getting you guys looks for the last round in case we don't get a good discoverable. McLaughlin is somebody you guys had on the board too as a power bat, so we could do McLaughlin. We could look at him as well. We'll do Carmona. I already forgot if I did infield. We'll do infield west because I don't remember if I did. I don't remember if I did central or not. Okay, actually, it is past the 15th. All right. Let's go look at buyers. All right, who is buying for pitchers? All right, Yankees need relief pitchers. I don't think they're going to be trading for Sandy. The Blue Jays are buying for starters. Sandy to the Blue Jays, maybe. Guardians are buying for starting pitchers. Tigers are buying for starting pitchers. It's kind of crazy. They're buying for closers? We could trade Fairbanks, a free agent, right? We're selling Fairbanks. Fairbanks could be somebody who we could trade away too. Maybe to the Astros. Because they just traded Hader. Actually, that's really smart. We flip Fairbanks to the Astros. I think I'm just going to start working up a deal right now. That just seems like a perfect deal. What do we want from the Astros? Oh my god, they're not really buying though. They just need a reliever. Never mind. Not the Astros. All right. Rainer for Sandy, maybe? As Rainer available? Rainer's injured though. He's a prospect we could trade for him, but he is injured at the moment. I think we need to trade Fairbanks. I think Fairbanks is going to go on the list of guys, so I think we deal. The Mets are buying pitchers. Ike Irish or Mike Burrows. Isn't Ike Irish on the Orioles? The Orioles suck. So I thought he was in the Orioles, wasn't he? I might be wrong. Dude, with the prospects, I don't remember where everybody is. I'm confused. Okay, I don't remember where Ike Irish is. The problem is, I know you guys wanted to do this deal, but there's really nothing that we have to be able to get Lazaro Montes. They have nothing that we have nothing that they would want. Unless we want to give up on Griffin Conine, who is our lefty guy. Oh, Houston. Houston. Okay, let me double check Houston. Houston is weird, though. Where is everybody? I don't think we're going to make a move with Houston. Mike Trout. Yeah, if we trade for Trout, then I don't... then I don't know. Clifford. Good power. Yeah, I don't think Houston's got anything for us. They got a terrible farm. And they locked everybody up because they did that Pirates deal. Because the Pirates bought because they are good. Horwitz. You guys want Horwitz? Prospect swap for Montez, given we want to build around. Not a bad idea. We really have Ava and Lombard. We could try to see if we could get Ava straight up for the prospect swap with the Mariners. I don't know why they would accept that deal. He's hitting 357 in AAA. Okay, I might have to throw more in this deal. What if we give you Kemp Alderman as well? I want him. Never mind. We're doing. We have nothing that they want, but that's. Oh my god. Sorry, I can bring my face back up, I guess. That was crazy. Horwitz is hitting 286 with an 808 OPS. If they're selling low, we could do that, but we don't really have anything that they want. Unless you wanted to give up. Like, we just don't have anything. We have Liam Hicks. And give up basically our entire catcher. Yeah, this roster actually treated Horwitz how he's supposed to be treated. Like a decent on-base percentage guy. I kind of like the idea of getting him, but we just don't have anything we really could give them. We can give him Graham Pauley and see if they would accept that deal. Like, give him Graham Pauley and Reese Hines. It's a terrible deal, but we'll try it. All right, so let's go back to the Mets. Somebody said Ryan Clifford. Because the Mets need pitching. Clifford is a power bat. The Mets are apparently selling almost any of their prospects. So you get Clifford. Mauricio's not really worth it. You can get a shortstop. We don't really need him. Or we can get AJ Ewing. So that's an interesting possibility. We have thinking for Sandy right now, right? We have the Bryce Rayner possibility. He's injured right now. Maybe we try to get a little bit more because he's injured. I don't know if you guys want Chris Rodriguez or something like that. Like, give me another Tiger you'd want. Like, do we want one of their pitching prospects? Because they've got a lot of them. So this is essentially looking for a Sandy deal. Sandy deal and Fairbanks. Fairbanks is also somebody we can trade to. Not many teams need closers, though. The Cubs apparently do. But the Cubs just traded their entire farm system to the Tampa Bay Rays. Unless you guys want Moises Ballesteros. Rayner and Clark for Sandy. If we could pull that off, yeah. You guys want to try Moises Ballesteros for Fairbanks? See if the Cubs just continue to throw us prospects as well. What else they got? Kane Kepley. Let's see if they give up stuff. We're just gonna do that just because I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do for Fairbanks. Okay, Mets. So I think we're looking at Ewing and Tong for Sandy, Rayner and Clark for Sandy. Let's do both of those deals. And if either team accepts either of those deals, I don't think Tong is going to be... Oh, maybe. Okay. So we'll offer... That's the Mets deal. And the Tigers deal. Can we even get Max Clark? We cannot get Max Clark. So give me somebody else other than Bryce Rayner. The Astros have nothing. Oh, you're saying swap Fairbanks to... Yeah, who would you want from the Astros? They're not selling anybody either. They just did so many trades. Like, you talk about like getting like a Jake Myers and flipping him. Okay, so we'll throw this Sandy Tigers deal. We'll try Rayner and Rodriguez. And then we want a Fairbanks for who from the Astros do you guys want to try to flip? You're also thinking Rayner and Brasino, too? Okay, we'll offer that deal as well. We're just going to offer a ton of deals, because if they accept one of them, they accept one. No, they just, I don't know if you were here, the Astros just made a bunch of deals, and so they now, all their depth is now all locked, because they were selling. Because they just made big deals with the, Pirates. Mike Burrows. Locked. Can't get him. Too good, apparently. 88 overall. This deal was before the McCullers deal, too. So, by the way. Yeah, they really got nothing here. We could try to steal Paredes. Like if we did like De Los Santos and Paredes. Let's try that. We'll try that. Okay. We'll do another we'll do that last Sandy deal we mentioned with the Tigers. That's Jose Brasino and Bryce Rayner. Okay. We have 7 trades out right now. For Montez, Horwitz. Fairbanks deal, Sandy deal, Sandy deal. Fairbanks deal, Sandy deal. We'll see what's all available to us here. There was the June 21st phone calls. Somebody be back once again in the offseason. Try for Casey Mize. Dominic Smith. Okay. We'll see. Horwitz doesn't. I don't think it's going to be expensive. Lazaro Montez is in the farm system. We had to give him a lot. But honestly, Lazaro Montez was just hitting 3 400 in the minors. Spencer Horwitz is now on the team for Reese Hines and Graham Pauley. Pete Fairbanks, not to the Cubs. Sandy, not to the Mets. Sandy, not to the Tigers. Sandy, not to the Tigers. So our 2 prospect deals went through. We are going to send Montez back down. He is insane. But we have acquired Lazaro Montez. We have acquired Spencer Horwitz. So Spencer Horwitz has to go in the lineup. He is really good against righties. Horwitz can play a lot of positions. Esteury Ruiz is struggling, but he's good defensively. All right, have a good one, Smitty. We'll look at Casey Mize in the offseason. We got your Horwitz deal done. Okay, we got to find a way to get Horwitz into this lineup. Jacob Marcy's not bad, though. He's not good, but he's not bad. We can look. We can look. Okay, we're going to do this, this. Put Stowers back in the outfield. Horwitz at first. Chandler Simpson. No, the Rays are selling. They're not going to. I don't think Chandler Simpson's going to be available. He's too young. Fun idea. I just don't think it's going to happen. Okay. We do need to go into our trade block, though. I need to make sure... This deal might happen, by the way. If they wait, that means that they're thinking about it. So our Fairbanks deal, Paredes could be the move. Okay, so we have gotten... He's a C potential? Yeah, I just don't remember if he is in this roster. Let's check the Rays. This roster is weird. I like using different rosters a lot because I think it makes you always on your toes. Like, you don't get to just, like... yeah, everybody's going to operate differently. He is a C potential, but he's still 25. So, I love Chandler Simpson, by the way. I don't mind the idea of the deal. It's just not going to happen for us right now. Okay. Third baseman! What? Why did they accept that deal? Why did they accept that deal? That was like my joke deal. Okay, so somebody said eventually that we could just get a guy from the Astros and flip him. Add to the trade block. Isaac Paredes. But I think we're just going to keep him. For now. What? All right. We've made a lot of moves so far, guys. We've made a lot of moves. We just had to move Sandy. Do you guys like that deal? I don't really think I do. I think we're losing out on value there. For Paredes and Alcantara there. Harold Rivas. You guys a fan of Harold Rivas? I don't think I am. Sandy the Dodgers? Dodgers do not need a pitcher. It's not like real life. Oh, we can look. I was going the wrong way. Sorota's locked. We get Quintero. We get Tibbs. Yeah, Paredes and Alcantara should be worth a lot more than that. We're not the Red Sox. We're not selling low like that. I'm just shocked that we got Paredes for that. Who are Boston selling? Well, we already bought Connolly early from them. I think they're probably selling Cutter Crawford. I don't think Carmona's going to be good. Let's just look at the trade block here. Mike Trout. It's like nobody interesting, right? We already got Justin Gonzalez from him. We already got Connolly early from him. Actually, I'm going to try this. Apparently, Sandy's value is a lot lower than we thought. We tried a lot of double deals, right? 2 pieces. Let's try some single deals here. We're going to go for Chris Bryant. Yeah, that's the plan. We'll try just straight up Sandy for these guys. Oh, Tigers can't make that deal. They must have just bought something. So we'll try the Ewing deal now. Just getting Ewing. Because that could be interesting. It's a good fit for this team. It also lets us move Stowers back to the outfield. I think so, too. The Paredes deal just kind of came out of nowhere. I don't understand how that was available to us. They really want Isaac Paredes, though. They really want Isaac Paredes. All right. I need you guys to get to work in Fangraphs. Who do you want out of the Red Sox farm system? Do you guys want anything from the Red Sox farm system that you'd be willing to flip Paredes for? We already got Justin Gonzalez from this team. Arias is apparently not available. Or Arias. Garrett Mitchell. I don't think we need outfielders at this point. We could look at Garrett Mitchell, but we now have like 8 outfielders. Where is Marcelo Meyer? Third base? Would you want to do Marcelo? I kind of need a more certain thing from you guys then. Because, yes, it does. Yeah, it more than respects Tolley. It glazes Peyton Tolley. It glazes the hell out of Peyton Tolley. We don't need... Honestly, we've made deals. This team is pretty much set. But they're really interested in Isaac Paredes, who does only have 2 years of team control. And they're trying to give us somebody who's valued more than Marcelo Meyer. So we might be able to get more. That's why I'm saying, like, if you guys want to go do your Fangraphs searches and stuff for some prospects, for some Red Sox, we might be able to plunder this team. Which we kind of already have. If the Red Sox management is not being that bright right now, I think it's our responsibility to the shareholders of the Miami Marlins to do whatever we can to torture them. Let's do it. All right, what pitcher do you want? We will not let... So if we do Marcelo, we can't get Jake Bennett. We can't get Tolley. We can get anybody else. Tyson? I'll let you guys think about it for a little bit. Tyson's good. I mean, these are all good pitchers. Like I said, if we can pull this off, Arias is too valuable. Arias is locked. I think I traded him away when I did the Red Sox video. People roast me on that video. Valera is probably better in Sim. Brooks Bannon. It's the White Sox guy, right? I mean, he was pretty good. I had him last time. We owe to Derek Jeter to beat the Red Sox? Definitely. 100%. So we're deciding between Evianson or whatever, Witherspoon, and Valera. Now, there's no guarantee they even do the deal, but they keep doing offers for Paredes. And if we can essentially have flipped Pete Fairbanks for Marcelo Meyer and a pitcher, that's ridiculous. Do you want me to just do both? We just do one of each, and then they'll just accept one of them. I don't know if there's a prospect you guys don't want of the three, but I saw people say Valera. I saw people say all of them. You know what? Let's do it. We're gonna do all three offers, and we'll see if they accept any of them. It does mean that we're probably gonna get the least value of those three deals. Marcelo Meyer and Tyson Witherspoon, rejected. 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 Marcelo and two pitchers. Okay, so they're willing to give us Kyson and Paredes for Paredes. So let's counter that. You guys want to try... Also, the Mets are waiting... Let's wait. Because the Mets are contemplating this deal. And if we can get AJ Ewing... I'm not, like, jumping to conclusions here. After considering some alternatives. That means they're thinking about it. Okay, let's go back into this deal quick. I'm gonna go back and look at the AJ Ewing deal. They are really close to making that decision then. They are considering possibly doing that deal. Is there anything else we can give them? Esteury Ruiz. We just glazed him for a little while. What if we do that? If we can get AJ Ewing, I'm going to try to do that first. Thomas Harrington for Paredes? Wyatt Sanford and Murph Gray for Paredes, Alcantara, and Hicks. Lalane and Arias for Paredes and Alcantara. We throw in with Paredes to get Meyer and Witherspoon done. I don't know. For the prospect from the Boston deal? What the hell is that? You're telling me You're telling me. You're telling me they wouldn't take Paredes for Meyer and Ianson, but they'll take Kevin? Dude, it is our fiscal responsibility to destroy this Boston Red Sox management. What is that deal? Okay, never mind. I might ignore the Mets. I really wanted to try to get I'm gonna, why not? We'll try that. I'm just gonna try that guy. That could be interesting. Okay. All right. I really wanted to make the AJ Ewing deal work, okay? But the Sox are so stupid. We have to do something. All right. Okay, so dude, they still need a second baseman because of that deal. It's like we traded him Agustin Ramirez. He sent 187. I wish I had a second baseman to give them. I like Sanoa though. Is it cheesy if we make it? We get Marcelo and a prospect. The Met want for AJ. I think we're close on the AJ Ewing deal though. So like if I did, because they, okay. I actually think we're really close on that AJ Ewing deal. I just gotta find. Okay, what if we give him Jacob Berry? That's a top 15 prospect in our system. And Dylan Head. We're never going to play him. Okay. I know I have to fleece the Red Sox, but, dude, AJ Ewing feels gettable. We got AJ Ewing for Sandy. Possible, but okay. All right. So we have now gotten AJ Ewing for Sandy. Sandy is gone. Sandy is off the board. Now the question is, what can we get? We don't have to trade Paredes. I think it just makes sense to. Marcelo Meyer. Yeah, I'm thinking. I know. So we're thinking here. Like if we gave up on Maximo Acosta, and we don't really have many second basemen left here. Yidi Kappa or Yidi Cappy. Like if we're just gonna fleece, let's do it. Okay, we're gonna keep trying the Whitlock. We're gonna keep trying this deal. Also, I have to go to my lineup because I think we just. So I'm gonna send AJ Ewing down. Pitcher swap? Well, we might not need one. We got Yuri Perez back. This is close, by the way. We are close. That means we are close on this deal. So they don't like Paredes, Acosta, and Cappy. Do we have a pitcher that we could give up for this? You guys, I think we've decided on Kyson. Maybe Mazer? If we want somebody younger, we could go Noble Meyer. I don't know if it's worth giving up Noble Meyer. We could go down here, Kiner Benitez. He's just a stamina guy. So if we did this, let's say we did Paredes, Cappy, Acosta. Calling the Red Sox. We're trying to get Kyson, Marcelo Meyer. Pitcher prospect swap. There's our pitcher prospect swap. Kiner Benitez is the youngest guy in our system here. We have Yuri Perez back. Let's go right into the rotation. He was pitching phenomenally before he went down. And now I just send voucher down. Okay. Doesn't happen here. Ryan Weathers, 4 years remaining. I think we're going to be able to make a move for Paredes. I just don't know what it's going to be. Okay. I think this move might be dead. I think the only way we do this is if we... Okay, we're going to try this, though. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to try to put... We want Tyson. We want Marcelo. And then I think we have our things here at starting pitcher, third baseman. Ryan Weathers is potentially good, but I think we're just gonna. I think we're gonna hold off now. The draft is here. Let's hold off for a week. Right now, I don't know if you noticed, Paredes is hitting 217. Maybe his average will go up a little bit. It's draft time. What? It's roster, man. Okay. All right. So, Terrence Weber. That was the number one guy on your guys' board. The number two guy on our board of guys that we looked at was... We had Amos Kenny was on our board. And we had George Polanco. I don't know what position he was. He was left center. Okay. So those are the three guys you guys looked at that you were interested and wanted. So the only thing we're going to have to say here, before we go into this, because we're going to have to be fast. I'm going to let you guys help make decisions here. Let's look at some of the pitchers before we go, because we've scouted pitchers now. Terrence Weber is 100% the pick if he's there. I just don't know if he's going to be. All right. Sammy Franco, number one guy on the board. Let's see. Archer Rodriguez. Gibbons. All right. Chauncey Riley. Basically, as I scroll through some of these pictures, if you guys want to put any of them so that I put on the board, so I put on our big board to draft, and we can look at drafting them. We will do that. We will put them on our big board. I'll actually just go through the scouted pitchers. We're on Escalona. Obviously, non-ranked guys, if they're available later on, we'll just take them. It just makes sense to. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. Sorry. That is a... I'm trying to play the game and have you guys do the scouting. Oh my god. That is a beautiful pitcher prospect. That was one of the best pitching prospects I've seen. I don't think he's going to be available, but... Okay. So there's a couple of them. Sammy Franco's obviously the number 1 guy on the board. So that's a potential pick. I think if he's available, then there's obviously guys there. Some of the non-ranked guys are there. Chauncey Riley could be somebody who could be available. So for guys for later, we said Gilberto Francisco. I'm going to add to the board. Murphy off the board. Ramos off the board. These guys are off the board. Corbett's off the board. Montez off the board. Just going to grab them. So we said Gilberto Francisco and Lopez. Lopez was... what was his first name? Aren't stamina merchants? It's a good point. Stamina merchants, though, aren't always a bad idea to draft. If you're ever thinking about it this way, stamina merchants aren't terrible because you can draft them with the idea of just trading them. Here's the big question, guys. As you guys are saying it, you know, who was Lopez? I saw somebody say Lopez. Was he just somebody I didn't have scouted? Oh, Eric Lopez. If he's available. So, Carrasco. I got back to started pitchers again. But I scouted. Geraldo Carrasco. He does only have 84 potential, though. Okay. So we have to make a decision here then. On Francisco, right? So the thing with Gilberto Francisco is he is ranked 41st. If we don't get Terrence Weber, we obviously have Amos Kenny or George Polanco, who we could take in the first round. Do we take Gilberto Francisco in the first round? Or do we take Sammy Franco in the first round? He's a little bit more of a stamina merchant, but he's probably a 99 potential. Or Will Gibbons, you know. So that's the decision we have to think about then. If Weber is gone, because if Weber is there, we take him. I think then, obviously, if Francisco's available at 51, you take him. Do you guys want me to take Francisco in the first round? Or do you want me to take something else if Weber is gone? Want in the later rounds? I think no matter what, when you look at later rounds, you're looking at Daniel Yabu, Richard Mendez, maybe Jeremy Ross will be gone. You know, Jonas Chavez. I think you're looking at the non-ranked guys. Freddie Jameson. Where you could get lucky with the Eric Lopez. Raul Escalona. I think those are the types of players you talk about late. If not Weber, Francisco in the first round. Okay. All right. And guys, the player we definitely need to draft, of course. More than anything. In the 6th round, we have to draft Trevor Conklin. He's the worst player I've ever seen. Gonna have to go Francisco? Other teams might reach for him? Okay. So, we actually slot in there versus somebody we are drafting to trade? Yes. So first round, we want that. Other guys we're trading. Can run out of position players quick in a draft. Problem is, from position players, when we drafted, I mean, we didn't look at Miguel Arojo. That was somebody who you guys had on the board. And we didn't look at the third baseman that were high. Luis Cabrera, Anderson Conine, Gregorio Hernandez. Bobby Bonner is just the massive third baseman. Non-scouted, would you rather take Gerard Francisco? So let's consider this now. We'll give you guys another possibility. First round. Terrence Weber gone. One of Luis Cabrera, Anderson Conine, Gregorio Hernandez is available. And Francisco's available. Would you want one of them instead of Francisco? That's the last question we'll have before we do the draft. I just need to know if I'm taking Francisco in the first round and Terrence Weber's gone. Because I'm doing this based on your scouting. I love Francisco. Francisco looks amazing. And Conklin is going to be the greatest player I've ever seen. Francisco. Bradley says Francisco. Francisco. All right. We have decided. We have decided on Francisco. Let's hope Terrence Weber does not get selected. We will watch the picks. Terrence Weber, the guy you guys told me we should take, looks amazing. Fernando Vesperas goes with the first pick to the White Sox. Second pick, Sammy Franco. We could not take him, so that was the number one guy. Steve Lantigua, guy we originally had on our board, but we passed on him because obviously we want Terrence Weber. Okay, we are going to watch these picks. Now the hope is none of these teams really need catchers, so maybe they didn't scout him. Gilberto Iglesias. That's not our Gilberto. They should be using 20/80 scale. Yeah, but they used to and people were stupid. They didn't understand how it worked. Carson Sherry. All right, here we go. He's still on the board. Royals. They've got tons of catchers. They didn't need to scout a catcher. Miguel Arrojo. Miguel Arrojo went 6th. Archer Rodriguez. You guys don't need a catcher. You got Shea Langoliers. Leave him alone. Terrence Weber, stay on the board. Luis Cabrera. Here goes the third baseman. Braves, you got Drake Baldwin. You don't need Terrence Weber. Will Gibbons. Rockies, you got Hunter Goodman. You don't need Terrence Weber. Arrojo went really early. Alden Browning. All right, Nationals. You have Keibert Ruiz. You don't need Terrence Weber. Okay, Angels. You have Logan O'Hoppe. You don't need Terrence Weber. All right, Cardinals. You got Ivan Herrera. You don't need Terrence Weber. Let's go! Guys, we are drafting Terrence Weber. Great scouting to all of you. Wonderful job. We have gotten our man in the first round, Terrence Weber, the future catcher of the Miami Marlins. All right, now the question is, who's going to be available in the second round? We will skip. We don't have a pick till pick 51. Francisco is gone. He went right before us. Okay. So, looking at picks here. Next guy we have on our board is Amos Kenny, and then we also have George Polanco. Taking a look at those two guys. Amos Kenny or George Polanco? Which one do you guys prefer? We did not fully scout them for accuracy because we knew that both of them were good. We have 3 minutes to decide. Which one do you want? We also could go with the pitcher. But I'm going to guess you guys, like, we could go with Jeremy Ross. But I'm sure that you guys probably want one of those two. Or Nick Corey. Polanco, Kenny. All right, well, we're split. By the way, it is unlikely either of them will be available at our next pick. Polanco. They're very similar players, by the way. For contrast, Polanco's 5'8" and 21. Kenny is 5'7" and 18, but he's way further away. There is a good chance neither of them will end up playing for us, especially with the farm system we have. They're both tiny. 5'8", 5'7". If you guys want a guy that is going to play for us, we could take a shot at somebody else. These are just two good players you guys liked. Like Polanco, but he's older. Can he switch hits? There's also the massive Bobby Bonner. If you guys want somebody who's not 5'7". That we didn't scout. I'm going to guess, based on... You guys are pretty split here on Polanco or Kenny. Okay, since you guys are split, I'm going to go almost Kenny. He's younger, easier as a trade asset. He's also tiny. All right, next pick. Bobby Bonner just went. Damn. Okay, all of our guys that we had on our board are gone. So now we can look at some of these non-ranked pitchers. Eric Lopez will also be here. Robbie Nugent. There's also this non-ranked second baseman who sucks, but we could take him later. Belfridas. Not a single... I don't think we had a single other guy here that you guys were like, yes, really interested in. Obviously, we could go with a closer. David Lee is right here. I don't know, man. They're like everybody's Jose Altuve. I have no idea. Lopez would be good value. There's also the chance, because he's non-ranked, we could just sit here and he might still just be available late. So we can go Lopez, be safe, get him. We don't know anything about him. But if the stats that are good are actually good, then he's a good player. We could get a closer. I think we're, based on you guys saying this, I think we're leaning Lopez. Conklin's available. Conklin will be available to the end. I'm taking Conklin. I think I might take him in the 5th to be safe. Conklin's so bad. I just want him. How about this? Because he's non-ranked, let's go. This is a second round pick. We'll take David Lee here. Lopez in the next round. Because he's still here. Okay, that's our 3rd round pick. Now here's our 4th round pick. We can take another pitcher. We could jump around and grab anything else. That second baseman that looked bad is gone. Trevor Conklin's still here. You guys just want me to draft pitchers? We go Daniel Yabu. Or Patrick Sanford. Patrick Sanford was good. Oh, that's my next pick. Patrick Sanford, maybe? I'm just waiting because now we're down to like the 10-second timers, so I'm not going to jump until we get there. So we'll take... You guys good? Patrick Sanford this round, Conklin next round, and then whatever the best player is available at the end. Before I go? Before I make the next... Before I skip to it? Okay. Best pitcher available, but we got to get Conklin, and you got to be safe. So I think we might overdraft Conklin. Okay. Patrick Sanford. All right. Please let Conklin still be available. All right. He's terrible. I'm so excited. All right. And round 6, best player available is either Roger Beltran, Freddie Jameson, but he's injured. Roger Beltran. All right. There's a draft. That is our draft. Great job, guys. Fantastic scouting from my amateur scouting department. And we are at the All-Star break. We are 1 game below 500. We are essentially in the same position as the Miami Marlins. Difference is our division is better. For All-Stars, did we get any? Otto? Otto's our All-Star? Otto is our All-Star. Okay. And we're still looking at potentially moving Paredes, but we'll just kind of wait on him. You guys wanted this deal before. Now we got Lazaro Montes. I don't know if we need Esmeralda and Valdez. I also don't know if it's worth throwing 2 guys. I might veto that. We've gotten so many outfielders now. That's how we're going to veto it. Outfield is no longer in need. Outfielder is no longer a need. We have fixed that position. So let's think here. We're looking at. We don't have to move Paredes, by the way. We can wait to the offseason. So, you guys want to mock up some trades in your heads of what you want to do for a potential Zach Paredes deal? You can do that. Just know that apparently the Marcelo Meyer deal did not work, which sucks. Well, this is going to be a tough one for me. Okay, we'll put Kenny there. 2. There's Chad Patrick. I don't think he's good enough. Contract extension time. We've already mentioned this. That's $120 million for Otto Lopez. And $180 million. We just spent $300 million on Otto Lopez on our infield. There you go. Middle infield has been purchased. Any other teams who are looking for third baseman? Apparently, it is the Pirates. And it is the Red Sox. You can take another quick look across the league. I mean, of the Brewers as well. Remove my camera quick. So taking just a look. Red Sox don't actually need a third baseman, but they're stupid, so they want one. The Yankees want a third baseman. Brewers and Pirates. Okay. So Brewers, Pirates, Red Sox, Dodgers. And okay, and the Giants. Yeah, we're the fact that we even got Paredes, it's all I care about, right? Like we traded Pete Fairbanks for Isaac Paredes. Like, And they have flipped Esmeralda Valdez for Pablo Lopez and Ryan Jeffers. So I think the those are kind of expiring deals. That's fine. I was like, I think I'm kind of glad I didn't make that deal. The Brewers, just the problem is, like, for what? Like, okay, so if we go to the Brewers, right? Brewers are still not a playoff team. So they're not trading any of their prospects yet. Because they're not a playoff team. The Pirates did already offer us Murph Gray, by the way. They did offer us that. So Murph Gray is possible. Just gotta figure out what else we can get out of it. They also offered us Thomas Harrington. And they've offered us Wyatt Sanford. So they offered us Wyatt Sanford and Murph Gray for Paredes. Which is not a bad deal for us. Just kind of waiting for teams to get a little bit more desperate, too. There's Henry Lillane. Terrence Weber is on the team. Amos Kenny is on the team. If I don't get Roger Beltran, that's fine. Okay, so you guys want to do this Paredes deal? You're in on... We are no longer interested in going after Marcelo Meyer, is what you're saying. Because as soon as we do this, Marcelo Meyer deal cannot happen. Unless we were to get maybe Nick York instead of Wyatt Sanford. So. I do too. Dude, Conklin's going to be great. Trevor Conklin's going to have 98 potential. Trevor Conklin's going to be the #1 prospect of all of baseball. He's the best player we drafted. I have an idea. We already talked about the idea of not bringing back Liam Hicks because we have Weber. Right now, there isn't another deal. The deal that we spent, probably Marcelo Meyer is no longer available. They have tanked their team so bad they are no longer... Okay. All right, I think that's made it. That's made our decision for us. If we don't like these guys, we can flip them too. We're gonna be like Kenny Beecham. Take assets, flip them. Oh, they had I think they had Liam Hicks in that deal last time too. So I think it was Hicks and Paredes for those two guys. The problem is the Pirates just made a deal. They just made a trade, so they might have less interest in getting these two, and giving us what we want. They're no longer interested in making this deal. I think because they just made that trade they just made. they're no longer as interested. So we essentially have a couple more days here to try to flip. Paredes does have another year on his deal, so we could wait to the offseason as well. Which I know before he left, you know, Casey Mize was part of the conversation. I think he's a free agent, right? Yeah. Like, we could try to jump the line on, like, a Trevor Rogers here. I mean, do we want one of the Yankees pitching prospects? They keep trying to give us Lelane. I don't really want Lelane. But, like, LaGrange or Dietz or Het, you know? Oh my god, Hess. We could try flipping for one of the Yankees pitching prospects, because we do need some. Our pitching farm is pretty weak. We'll just hold to the offseason. We have the ability to wait. We can be patient. Or maybe he increases his value, because remember, he sucks right now. He's not doing well. Whoa! What? I think we found our deal. I think we waited. Do we continue waiting? I don't know if you're going to get a better offer than Mitch Keller with 3 years of team control. Yeah, I think we're just going to take that. Like, that's Mitch Keller. Yeah, that's the deal. Because we just flipped Liam Hicks and Pete Fairbanks for Mitch Keller and Thomas Harrington. That's a ridiculous flip. We just flipped a half a season of Pete Fairbanks for 3 years of Mitch Keller and 7 years of Thomas Harrington. We do lose out on Liam Hicks. I'm actually thinking about something quick. Is anybody selling a backup catcher? Because I don't think our guy is going to be ready for a little while. And if you noticed, we've been winning games. We could grab the Sean Murphy, we could grab the Sean Murphy salary dump if we want. We are the Marlins. We have money. Because we need a backup catcher for Liam Hicks right now. We just traded away both of our catchers. It was the worst of us. Yeah. We can get Gary Sanchez probably for nothing. All right. We can get Dalton Rush. I don't want Dalton rushing. AJ Preller. AJ Preller. AJ Preller. Okay. Jake Rogers is in the last year of his deal. I don't want Dalton rushing. I'm sorry. I'm vetoing Dalton rushing. The owner called me. He said no thanks. Sean Murphy said it has an 800 OPS. Like, this is straight up a salary dump move. Problem is, I don't know what I could give him. I could give him a reliever. we have any other expiring deals here? Yeah. I don't know if I have anything to make these deals happen. We do need a backup catcher. What's just sitting in free agency? Is there any backup catchers just sitting in free agency? You guys want Tom Murphy? Anybody drop anybody? Get Craig Yoho off waivers. Get DL Hall off waivers. I'm saying I'm taking that. Oh yeah, I know. I can. I was going because I was also looking at their ERAs. That's why I wanted to see how they were actually performing. I don't think we have anything, by the way. I think we've kind of depleted our trade assets. I will try. We are going to try one type of trade. Yeah, we're essentially, that's why I said Sean Murphy, hoping that he's a salary dump, right? So let's say we go, I'm willing to give up Asturi Ruiz and I don't want to give up Griffin Conine and Matthew Etzel for Sean Murphy. We are going to offer that package for a bunch of backup catchers. No, none of them do. We also don't need a backup catcher. You don't actually need one in this game. I know, like, there's a thought that you do, but you do not. Also, oh my god, the Pirates and their just get Liam Hicks back for nothing. Here's Fenwick Trimble. Just see if we can get Liam Hicks back. Jared Cerna and Mr. Ruiz. Yeah, the benefit to Sean Murphy is he is a salary dump. I don't really want him, but he's too expensive. So the Braves might sell him for less value to pick up his money. And we have the space. We have the space to do it. All right. That's our deals. We'll see if we can get a catcher. I don't really care about it, but we'll see if we can get one. Oh, I gotta fix that because I have another extra pitcher. Our bullpen has been pretty good. They're struggling down here. And now we can DFA. Can we send him down? Yeah. Okay. Now we can DFA Nestor. Miss anything exciting in the last 45 minutes? We drafted really well. We traded for Mitch Keller. Liam Hicks and Fairbanks got us Mitch Keller and Thomas Harrington. So we are rolling. We have fixed this pitching staff. We've essentially gotten. If you want to be logistical about it, we traded Sandy and Fairbanks and Liam Hicks and got AJ Ewing, Mitch Keller, and Thomas Harrington. That's phenomenal. Okay, Ballesteros did not happen. Liam Hicks did not happen. Salas did not happen. Sean Murphy did not happen. Amaya did not happen. That's fine. Oh, and we drafted everything we wanted. We got everybody that we wanted in the draft. Outside of Gilberto Francisco. We really want. And we signed Otto Lopez and Xavier Edwards to extensions. All right, I think we're going to roll no backup catcher for the rest of the year. Liam Hicks is just going to have to play every game. Or Joe Mack is going to have to play every day. He is hitting 305. So that's not a bad thing. I mean, we're winning games. Because we're 57 and 53. Okay. So, we did not get a backup catcher. That's fine. We didn't need one. And we got the greatest player in the draft. Trevor Conklin. All right. See how you guys did. 89 potential from Terrence Weber. Oh my god, the bat. 89 potential, 61 overall. Phenomenal bat. Across the board. Play catcher. He can only play catcher. He's a little guy. He's 5'10". Decent defense, no power. Got no pop. But that's good. Amos Kenny. 84 potential. Trade asset. Trade asset. David Lee, 63 overall. Actually, pretty good reliever. Eric Lopez, 84 overall. Interesting. Stanford, not good. Good control, though. Serviceable. He's got high stamina. Trevor Conklin, 94 potential. I knew it. You knew it. You saw the stats. You're like, this. He sucks. He's got to be good. And Roger Beltran is nothing. It's not a perfect draft, but Trevor Conklin. Dude, Trevor Conklin's going to be a top 100 prospect. Problem is he's a 47 overall. But look, I saw that. Like, dude, that's why I saw him. When you see somebody who's that bad, you know he's going to be good. So Trevor Conklin was amazing. Terrence Weber was good. All right. Let's see through. Let's make our decisions. We're not going to see him in 7 years. We'll see him in 10. Conklin is a trade piece. You're trading that. But, yeah. Okay. Let's see what we missed. Betts did bad. There was Kenneth McLaughlin. Somebody liked Kenneth McLaughlin. They said they should put him on the board. He had 83 potential. Walker Ott was not on our board. Nationals had a higher pick. Bucky McFadden, not somebody we looked at. Ron Hernandez didn't look at. Didn't look at any of these guys. We did mention Alberto Hernandez. Didn't look at him. Nobody there we looked at. Andrew Murphy, somebody mentioned him. There's George Polanco. Polanco does have a higher ceiling than Kenny, but Kenny is a trade piece. Carson Sherry, couldn't get him. Another Kenny McLaughlin. Innocent Conine, not good. Johnny Gutierrez. Only we looked at them, those relievers. Ooh, good first baseman. Heath Wagner. Alden Browning, not good. Ken McNeil, not good. Ray Barr. Chauncey Riley. Oh my god. Stamina Merchant. But, woo. Gilberto Iglesias. Richie Drummond. Didn't look at either of those guys. Archer Rodriguez was gone early. Gregorio was terrible. That was a guy on our board. I think he got hurt, though. Pablo Chacon was on our board. We didn't take him. Sammy Franco. Guy obviously went number 2 overall. He was pretty good. Didn't have any of these guys on our board. Didn't have any of those guys on our board. Didn't have any of those guys on our board. None of them. Miguel Rojo, 83 potential. 72 overall. More Major League ready. Okay, so this guy was somebody who I kind of vetoed, but actually pretty decent. Steve Lantigua, very good. He was gone at pick 3, but a very good player. Reggie Gorel, pretty good too. Not great though. So there's Carmona, not good. Jeremy Ross, could have had him, but that's fine. Flaherty was not good. Dude, it's a weak draft. Gilberto Francisco, though. Actually further away than I would have thought. Still a good player. All right. Will Gibbons, Mackenzie Bean. Yeah, we didn't really look at any of those guys. Okay, so fielding stats. 56 ability for him. 51 fielding all around for Amos Kenny. And then Polanco, 66 fielding, 66 ability. So he's a better player. George Polanco is a better player. But when you're considering where we are as a talent pool right now, this is fine. We're trading him. Guys, you guys did really, really good. Terrence Weber's a little further away than we probably would have liked. 61 overall, so he's probably like 3 years away. So we will need to sign a catcher. So I think, quick look here. The starting pitchers were not good enough to be like part here. So if I go to our big board, let's go look at some of our team needs. As we remove our scouting. I'm going to move that too. Actually, I'm going to change. Valdez got moved. Sloan's gone. We need a catcher, but that's a short-term solution. All right. Now we see the fruits of our labor for the next couple weeks. Or not couple. Oh my god, my hair is terrible right now. By the way. My hair looks like a mess. All right, guys, you did great. We're not going to sign any extensions here. I think we're good on the guys we got. We're playing against Sandy in a New York Mets uniform. We lost. Okay, we're 58 and 55, 16 and a half games out of the division. If we take a look at the wild card race, we're probably not going to be in it. No, we are. 3 games out. Okay. Can we stay above 500 for the rest of the season? We'll just sim. Nope. No, we cannot. Oh, Thomas Harrington is in the majors? Why is he... Go away. I'm going to wait on some of those guys. We're going to waste some of the guys that don't matter here. We'll call up this guy. Oh, we have 41 guys? Oops, my bad. All right, we're just going to sim out the rest of the season, see how we do. We seem to be struggling a little bit, but we did sell at the deadline. So we essentially were in a position where, was it 2023 Angels? Remember the Angels won a bunch of games right as they got up to the deadline, and so they started buying, and they sold right away. We did not fall for that win streak, which was really smart. That win streak was not real. I mean, it happened, but it wasn't like something to actually consider being, what this team actually is. And so I think we made the good decision there. We'll let AJ Ewing come up. Honestly, I'm really proud of him. Why is Cam Canarella up? That's why you can't have things auto do stuff, because it's just stupid. It just does dumb stuff. This game's auto system is just dumb. That's actually what it is. Leo Jimenez come up. Alright, I just did auto again. Good. Alright. Let's see how we do for the rest of the season. We could be a 500 team here. I don't think we will. We got to beat the stacked Tampa Bay Cubs. And we do not. Whatever. Increasing our draft pick next year. We're 77 and 85. All around, a little disappointing. I think you would have liked this team to be in playoff positioning as a wild card team. But apparently our division was really good this year. We dealt with the Yuri Perez injury. And, you know what? I think we're really happy with the assets we got in return. I think we did a really good job at managing. You guys did a fantastic job at scouting. And it's fine. We end up missing the playoffs by, let's see. Well, the Braves won 110 games. We also got annihilated in our division matchups. We went 15 and 37 in our division. But not bad. Yeah, this was the wild card required you to win 91 games. Insane season. Okay, let's take a look at awards. NL Rookie of the Year, Owen Casey. Crazy. Owen Casey was that. Kyle Schwarber was the MVP. 54 home runs, 308 average, 125 RBIs, beating out Bryce Harper and Shohei Ohtani. Cal Raleigh gets his MVP, beating out Judge and Riley Green. Cy Young, another one for Scooble. 227 with 218 strikeouts. Great season for Scooble. Christopher Sanchez, Cy Young for him. Phenomenal year. Luis Arias is obviously the GOAT. Nick Kurtz, amazing. Let's take a look at the Rookie of the Year. Parker Messick beat out Munetaka Murakami. Crazy. Owen Casey. What? Owen Casey was like struggling at some point, and I was like, what? Hey, everybody thank the Cubs for selling everybody, because what? How? I think we win that trade right now. That's an amazing season for him. All right. That was an amazing season. We're going to have some questions in the outfield. All right. Pitching rotation. Let's see. They sent down... Harrington didn't play. DL Hall, who we got off waivers. Happy about that. Calvin Foucher. 245 in his minimal appearances. Not really impressive there. Phillips. Much better in the bullpen. Glad that we did that. Now, I have no idea where 32 home runs came out of Owen Casey, but I'll take it. Ryan Gusta was awful. I might move him to the bullpen and just be a bullpen guy. That was awful. Terrible season. Anthony Bender, good. Gibson, good. Bashar, good. Enriquez, good. Nardi, all right. Enriquez is going to be the closer next year. Oh, was Jansen Junk the other guy who was up? 715. He was terrible. All right. Our starting rotation. Max Meyer. 482, 138. Whip. All right season. Mitch Keller. Obviously, we got him in the trade. He was not good for the Pirates at the beginning of the season. That's probably why they made the trade with us. Braxton Garrett. I like what he did. Connolly Early. ended up being pretty good for us. Yuri Perez was amazing. He was very good. Yuri Perez was very good. I don't know if we have Robbie Snelling up next year or if we wait another year, but okay. From that, pretty good. Asturi Ruiz, great AAA player, terrible Major League Baseball player. Connor Norby dealt with injuries a lot this season. Honestly, not that good. Pretty negative player. You might have to trade. I'd be willing to trade him. Willing to trade him. I don't think anybody else here was up. So, Major Leagues, Conine. 256, mainly lefties. That's kind of what he's here for, just to hit lefties for Casey. Where Casey hits the righties, he hits lefties. AJ Ewing. Really good for the minimal appearance he had. Zara Montez came up in that last month or whatever. I think he played 4 games because he played for Seattle in the beginning of the season. Xavier Edwards, 304, great season, 835 OPS or 837 OPS for him. Ended up with 30 stolen bases, 5.3 WAR year for him. It's a good year for Xavier Edwards. He obviously got his contract extension. He's happy. Casey, what a phenomenal year. 869, 273, 3.1 WAR. That's a phenomenal year for him. Kyle Stowers, 268, 19 home runs, 70 RBIs. All right year. Kind of wish he did better. Kind of wish I got to see more out of him. Spencer Horwitz got a little bit worse at the end of the season, but was still a good contact bat. I like the potential of him. Fernandez, decent, 3 WAR, because he's one of our best defensive players. Otto Lopez actually had a pretty bad year. Still 4 WAR because he's such a good defensive player, but that's a pretty bad year. I think we kind of bought low. I think we got a cheap extension for him. Joe Mack, 299 with a 798 OPS, 5.2 WAR. Phenomenal rookie season. We traded Liam Hicks. We traded Augustine Ramirez. Amazing rookie season for Joe Mack. Sanoa. He's mainly an on-base guy. 323 on base. 249 average. 19 home runs for Sanoa. Pretty good. And then Jacob Marcy, 261 with 13 home runs. 740. And 4 WAR. I like the lineup. I think we need to fix the rotation, but I like the lineup. I don't think we have a whole lot to worry about there. I think that's our team. I think next season, as we look at, what we would say, depth chart here for 2027. So it's Perez. Let me hide my camera so you can see the left field. So it's Perez, Meyer, Garrett, Early, Keller. I like that starting 5. Bullpen, Enriquez, Gusto, Bouchard, Phillips, Nardi. Maybe we had a bullpen arm here. Stowers and Horwitz at first. Edwards and Lopez in the middle. Sanoa. I think we could trade Connor Norby. I think we can put Connor Norby on the block. Yeah, I guess if there's any other guys that you don't think that you liked, I mean, Hernandez, Marcy, and Casey were all amazing. And we added Montez, Gonzalez, and Ewing to the outfield. I gotta make sure of something, too. Yeah, they're not messing with my stuff. Okay, so if we go into the offseason, I think we need a catcher. We need pitching. Probably bullpen arms. Let's see how the postseason goes. Let's watch from maybe third base. Sanoa was decent. He wasn't great. So this is the position that's still a question mark. Sanoa was decent, but his WAR wasn't good because he's not that great defensively. But he was decent because he can get on base. Connor Norby was bad. So the problem is, I really wish any of these other guys could play third base. And Hernandez? No, first base. That's second base, secondary. Third base is only a problem because nobody can play it. Yeah, we'll look there. All right, we're gonna watch from the Tampa Bay Cubs perspective, just so you can watch some playoff games here. I think they won like 104 games. All right, they got the Dodgers. Rasmussen versus Glasnow. Cubs win. Cubs win again. Cubs lose. Cubs lose. Cubs win. Cubs Phillies. And Seattle Yankees. It's 2-2 for Seattle and New York. It's 3-2 Philly versus Chicago. Game 7. Cubs Yankees. Oh my god, I hate it. I hate it. Let the Cubs win, please. Oh my god. Yankees got the lead. Yankees defeat the Cubs. All for nothing. Chicago traded their entire farm for nothing. Austin Wells. Aaron Judge. All right. Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander retire. And I hire a hitting coach. I'm going to overpay him. So I overpay my coaches. What? Why would you go play for... Why would you go to the Red Sox? They're terrible. Castro for utility. I think we just need a guy who can be a third baseman if we're doing this. Like, okay, so as we look at free agency, like, okay, none of them can play third base. Jazz can play third base. All right, wait a minute, guys. It's the GOAT. It's the greatest player of all time. He could play third base. All right, just say it. Just saying. You're either going Wander Franco? No. What? Sorry, I forgot. This roster creator is sus. Let me. I have to wait till he gets signed. Whoever signs Wander Franco gets like $80 million in dead cap. I don't know if we want a Eugenio, because he can't actually play third base. Like, I mean, he can, but can he? I think the consensus here seems to be bring him home. And then, okay. We're probably going cheap then, because Arias is going to cost us a lot of money. Why don't you use the live roster? The live roster doesn't have the prospects, man. I can go trade for Grady Emerson. That's why. Yeah, but does him being a lefty matter when you consider that he hits everybody the same? And he actually hits lefties technically better. Oh, it does now? Okay. Hey, maybe next one. Next one we can go to the live rosters. All right. Well, then we are prioritizing everything on Luis Arias. We want him. We want him back home. So we're trying to bring him back home. We'll bring him back home. I don't think I want to invest that much money in a pitcher. Casey Mize, somebody we mentioned possibly bringing in. Thing is, do we need to bring in another pitcher? A starter? I don't know if we do. I mean, technically, Trevor Rogers is a good deal here, right? It's good value. Because you're talking about, you might only have to pay him 14. That's not a bad deal. Bring him home, bring him back. Are we just doing reunion tours here? Alex Vesia, we only bring back guys that used to play for the Miami Marlins. He played for the Marlins? No, he played for the Rays. It's like I thought he played for Florida team. Bring Fairbanks back, see if we can fleece somebody else. Rogers good in most of the sims I do too. Yeah, and he was so bad this year that he might end up being fine. Morejon. Morejon's a big investment. Just a reminder, we're probably gonna have to spend $25 million on Luis Arias. Good. Because he's the greatest player of all time. Okay. See, Trevor Rogers is an interest. I think we need bullpen. Morejon is the big investment. Cheap on bullpen arms. Which I think we could do. Our bullpen was good last year. Like, we're talking about adding maybe one good arm. Because we, like, our whole team's coming back. And our starting rotation. Oh, and then we need a backup catcher. I'll wait for that. I'll do that later. Because our starting rotation, Perez, Meyer, Keller, Early, Braxton Garrett. Braxton Garrett really overperforms his rating. That's why I'm thinking Braxton Garrett. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't like Ryan Gusto. That's 5 starters. And I think the bullpen arms we have are good. Arias and good bullpen arms. Starters look fine. Okay. Let's wait then. Because we're not gonna, I don't think we're gonna invest big on a bullpen arm, right? AJ Puck's not a bad idea. Trade Gusto for a reliever. Or Gusto for a backup catcher. Gusto probably has a lot of trade value, to be honest. He does have B potential rating. It's probably not a high B. But we're talking about trading Ryan Gusto, so let's talk about our trade block here right now. Going into this offseason, our trade block is Ryan Gusto. Willing to get rid of him. And probably get rid of Noble Meyer. Connor Norby. I know, that's what I'm thinking of Puck. I think that'd be interesting. And then we mentioned Amos Kenny right to the trade block. He is a trade piece. In fact, I think one of the other starters that we got, too. Lopez is really far away, and he's 22. Okay, we'll put those guys on the trade block for now. While you guys think, I'm going to do the stupid contract things forever. The boring part. We're not going to sign any of these guys to extensions or anything. Because we don't want to be super committal, I think, here in Miami. This is the Marlins we're talking about. Our ownership might change. Who knows? I like what you guys have done so far. I like how we built this team so far. I think we've done a really good job of managing the assets that we had and turning them into something considerably more interesting than what we had before. I hate how the CPU has managed my 40-man. That's annoying me. Because I don't know why they managed it like they have. And we got a bunch of guys that you guys scouted, that you guys wanted. We got Justin Gonzalez. We got Connolly Early. AJ Ewing wasn't somebody we scouted and looked for. He was just somebody who we could get from them. It's crazy, too, when you think about it. The Mets traded us. Another bad organization, right? The Mets traded us AJ Ewing, potential franchise center fielder, for essentially Sandy, like a 5 ERA pitcher on a team that didn't make the playoffs. My God. We also could rule 5 for a reliever too if we have to. Somebody had asked me earlier in the video, or while we were streaming. I didn't answer it, and I apologize if you're still here and I didn't answer your question. How long videos and stuff take me. It's this section that takes so long to do. This section, especially if you're really managing contracts. Like in the most recent video, we had some like bad like contracts got really expensive. That team got really expensive really fast on the White Sox video. And I spent maybe an hour each offseason managing contracts, trading, doing all that, and just seeing what we could do with all of it. 1.8 million. No. I'm extending this to all of these guys, get the most value I can. And we won't to those two. And we don't got to call anybody up to the 40-man. Because nobody's close. Another guy I'm going to add to the trade block. I just saw him. I just was reminded. Now that this outfield is so deep, Esther Ruiz. Honestly, Griffin Conine could be traded too if Lazaro Montez performs because he's so good against lefties. All right. We'll go a week. We'll see where we are at with Luis. It's also a good thing, too, if we do this, because then we get to see, like, all right, 40% on Luis. Yeah, I don't want to prioritize any relievers or anything yet. We need to get Luis first. He's competitive. People really want him, and I want him. Stephen Kwan traded for Johnny Farmello in Giancarlo Castaneda. Morejon goes to the Yankees. And all right, I don't think we're gonna get Luis Arias, guys. I'm gonna overpay, but that offer came in so fast for Luis. Damn, I really wanted him. All right, the Luis Arias dream is over. God, he would be a perfect A. Oh my God, that team is gonna be in the World Series next year. Okay, all right. So we didn't get Luis Arias. Hey, Eugenio pivot. There's a couple things we could pivot to. We can pivot to Jazz. Bring him back. Hey, Eugenio, if you wanted a 1-year deal for somebody. Question is short-term or long-term, right? So you're thinking long-term, or you're thinking about this team, we still don't really have a good certain third baseman for the future. If Sanoa's not the guy, right? Is Alec Bohm is a longer-term solution if he's not bad. Oh, wait, we got to do something. Who was the idiot? Who did it? Who's the idiot? Who's the poorly ran organization that did it? What team is stupid? Oh, of course it's them. Dude, this is just a this is just a Boston Red Sox hate party. They can get a good half season out of him. All right, so we put Jazz on the as a possibility. It's gonna be more expensive than Luis. I'll put AJ Puck on here too. Dude, Boston fans in hell. Oh my god. All right. Well, dude, this division is going to be so hard. It's going to be so hard. This Braves team is just spending money. Okay, do we do the signing now, or do we wait? I guess that's the question. I think I wait. I don't think I want to pay him $30 million. I'd flip him. But I think I want to wait a little bit. I want to wait 1 more week. It's dangerous, but we also don't need him. Like, we don't need to make this deal. Fuck. Should have just done it. I should have just signed it. This could be stupid. Okay, we didn't get either of them. That's fine. That's probably actually a good thing. We're saving money. Yeah, that's fine. We're being a smart organization. All roads lead to... Oh, no, Eugenio's gone. All roads lead to Eugenio Suarez. All right, let's find a different way about doing this then. All right, we talked about potentially doing trades. That's a fun idea. Okay. All right. Third base possible trades. Let's talk about them. Get a third baseman. We have to look at a team probably that needs a starter. So I just saw Kazuma Akamoto. We could talk about Zach Geloff maybe for a prospect. We can get the $42 million of Bo Bichette. Matt Chapman is a Philly. Guys, we can get Curtis Mead and Connolly early at the same time. Get Paredes back.
Ramirez, good contact, can always trade if he regresses. Okay. Let's go sit and think on these for a second as we kind of go through them. So Kazuma Okamoto is a potential third baseman. I'm not doing Jose. That feels wrong. I'm just not doing that because it feels bad. Barger can play third base as well. You're right. Apparently Josh Young is on the trade market. Don't pick up a dumb contract. Essentially, yeah, we missed out on Arias and we missed out on Jazz. Those were the big money, right? So we don't want to pick up something expensive. I don't like this. I don't want this Max Muncy. Donovan. Problem is, the thing that we're trading here to make this deal happen is probably Gusto, right? Because we don't really like him. Stamina Merchant, you know. If you're trading him, what team wants him? Because if we're talking about the Mariners, I love the idea of Brendan Donovan. Brendan Donovan's awesome. We have nothing to give them. We have nothing they could want. Like, I have no idea what I would give them. Their team is stacked. Now, Young is interesting because they want prospects. Like, if we get Young, could we give them Eric Lopez for Josh Young? The guy we just drafted. Like, that, like, if we could pull that off, theoretically, I like that deal. Ugh. Lefties. We can mainly hit lefties, which is good. Flex infielder. Yeah, let's check the second baseman. Rangers, Josh Smith. We can get another one. Let's take a look at some second basemen that might be able to play third base. And we don't have to do. We are in a good position. We don't have to make a move. The Rangers just need prospects, so we can trade them anything. Let's try this. Josh Young for Eric Lopez deal. We just drafted him. Thank you for whoever said we should draft him. I'll have to scroll back up to see who said we should draft him. Let's see here. I want to see who said it. Maxter said it. I think Maxter was the one who said we should take it. Bradley Snyder. You guys said it. You guys are the ones that sold me. If you're still here, you guys are the ones who sold me on Eric Lopez as my scout. Do you want me to flip him? Or do you believe in Eric Lopez? As my Eric Lopez scouts, my Eric Lopez believers, do you guys want to keep him? Or do you think Young is a good value? This is where we're gonna role play back into this. You want to tie yourself as my scout to Eric Lopez? This your guy? Or do you want Young? I'm waiting. Max, you guys got to sell me. Do I keep him? You guys helped make the decision to draft him. I literally, my stream on my thing is gone. Blue Jays need pitching. Blue Jays need starting pitching. Both are good. Oh my God, you're bent sitting on me. Lopez stays. Okay, you know what? Maxter believes in Eric Lopez. The Josh Young deal is the only. I think Eric Lopez is the only way we can make that deal happen. Josh Young off the table, guys. One of our scouts. He's from. Maxter was in went to some games at Boston College. Watched Eric Lopez play a little bit, and he said, "You know what? I believe in him." Maxter said, "I believe in him." He went to Boston College. He was like, "I've been watching some games." He's watching ACC baseball. He said, "Look, this is my guy. I believe in him as a pitcher. A little bit down the road, but I believe in him." And you know what? I'm gonna dedicate your commitment to going to Boston College baseball games. I don't even know if Boston College plays baseball. I don't know if they're good. Actually, let's see. Boston College baseball. God, they play. What am I talking about? Why did I not believe it? Dude, AJ Ewing played for Boston College. Did he? Is that the wrong? No. That's somebody they drafted. It just said AJ of the Mets. Okay, Boston College plays baseball. All right. Eric Lopez, he believes him. Jace Young's off the table. Okamoto. Other guy we're talking about here. Kazuma Okamoto. Hopefully I have faith in him. We're a new scouting team. None of us drafted Ryan Gusto. Does anybody believe Ryan Gusto for Kazuma Okamoto? You guys like that deal? We can get another pitcher for Connor Norby. Hey, the scout in Boston told me that's where that we need to keep this guy. Not in the Red Sox, but the scout about or amateur scout in Boston. You guys like Gusto for Okamoto? Let's do it. Let's do it. Hopefully they just accept that deal. I think they're getting the better value here than we are. Because they're getting the younger guy with a lot more team control for cheaper. Starting pitcher is more valuable than third baseman. If not, we'll work on the deal. All right. We're going to wait on AJ Puck. Oh, I got to do this. Trick to anybody who has played Major League Baseball. I think if you guys watched any of my scouting guide, I think I mentioned it. Or maybe I did. I didn't really do a scouting guide. But I mentioned that after December 2nd, I think I've said this in almost every video. If you go to December 2nd, and you go to all free agents, especially catchers, second baseman, you will find Liam Hicks. He's right there. We don't need a backup catcher. I'm getting Liam Hicks. Boom. You can get your backup catchers for nothing. But you also can go even further down. Sometimes find some really good ones. For 60,000. Not always, but maybe. Like, is that one good? No, he's not good. See potential. Well, that's like a 60 or like a 70 potential. So not interesting. Let's go to third baseman. I'm just kind of scrolling, looking for names, looking at potential ratings, and see. I mean, this draft that we just had sucks. So, but I can add Yasel Soler to the farm. It just doesn't work with like pitchers. Get Tim Tawa. We one of the reasons we're doing this is because we have to replenish some of our farm here because we traded so many of our like tradable guys. Also, I think I have to do this in relief pitchers because I let like all of them walk because the ones we had sucked. $60K. Oh, you suck. You suck. You suck. In later seasons, this gets crazy as like a method to like just getting prospects. All right, well, we got Liam Hicks back, so we got our backup catcher. And Liam Hicks is a fine backup catcher. Like I'm not complaining about Liam Hicks if he's my backup. In fact, it's crazy. In the last rosters I used, rosters I used for most of the time, he was really, really good. It's just like this roster, he's not good. Average goes up. It's taking too long for the rebuild. Down the line, we could potentially trade him. I think it's a good way to call until he has more value and performs at a level. Yep. All right, perfect. I like it. It's like I'm also going to call on the Kenny guys. Because at some point, we're going to trade Kenny. Amos Kenny. And I want you to be able to think of like what you would want for the value of that guy. Because he's not going to make the team. Amos Kenny. He's further away from it than Amos is. Jesus Luzardo is an Oriole. Looks like the Okamoto deal probably not happening here yet. We also still got to think about what we want to get back for Norby. So, is there any teams that need a third baseman? Like an actual third baseman, like the Dodgers. Like, I mean, like, you want to give me James Tibbs for him? Actually, we have no need for that at all. How about this? That would be a fleece. If that would have happened, that would be a fleece. I would feel evil. I think we'd probably trade him for we'd probably trade him for a pitcher. Okay, they said not today. All right, draft lottery. What pick we get? We have 12 best odds. We stay at 12. AJ Puck, you gonna sign back in Miami? All right, we brought AJ Puck back to Miami. That was our big free agent signing. And we're gonna go to the Rule 5 and see what we can get. All right, let's see what's available here. Colton Gordon. No. Evan Phillips. I like him. Evan Phillips is usually pretty good. Brandon Little's a 77 overall. I know people saw that in my last video. I don't know why he's a 77 overall. He's not a good 77. His control is awful. But he is a 77. And then third baseman, there's nobody interesting here, I don't think. You guys want Brandon Little or Evan Phillips? My scout's going to tell me I should get either of them. Gavin Stone is still sitting here. He's much younger. So Phillips over Little is what you're saying. Anybody else got an opinion? All right, Braden Ferguson did call that, by the way, on the Gusto for Okamoto thing. You want Gavin and Phillips. Now, our bullpen was good. We're essentially just trying to replace one arm. Because if we go back to last year, Puck 191, Bender 357 was good. Phillips was good. His rating only says it went down because I switched his position. Bashar was good. Boucher was good. Nardi, not good, but we kind of already have bullpen settled. Enriquez was our worst pitcher, but he's an 83 overall. But we could add an arm. It's just more assets. Like, we could go grab Gavin Stone and just get him as an asset. But Evan Phillips is a pretty good pitcher. Like, these are good pitchers. Like, Giovanni Moran is a good pitcher. Now, we don't need a lefty because we just got AJ Puck. In fact, we could still go get, like, Alex Vesia if we wanted to. We had Nardi and Puck as our lefties. Yeah. All right. There's enough people saying that we should get Phillips. We'll get Phillips. And we'll let somebody else get Gavin Stone. Or nobody. All right. Oh, well, we're done. That's it. That's all we can fit. So we made a trade. All right. So, looking at our team, we are going to have a lot of pitchers. One of those guys will probably go down. I think Bashar and all that. Those guys will probably go down. We'll probably get, send them away. And we'll have a Puck, Bender, Phillips. Which is fine, because if we're only starting Perez, Meyer, Keller, Early, and Garrett as our starters, then we have room for 8 bullpen arms. So I think we have to trade Gusto. So let's see. Okamoto deal. Let's try to make this deal happen. Savage and Cease, Pepio. Like, their pitching staff is pretty bad. So much so, Simeons, Woods, Richardson is considered untouchable. Okamoto. What if I just throw Connor Norby in this deal? It's not necessarily the best asset management, right? But it's not like I have much other assets that I'm willing to flip. Right? We can ask them as well if we want to. For less right now. Or for more than what they're currently offering us. Like, I could say, can you also give me Gage Stanifer? And then we can come back if they say no and then remove that. They won't give me Gage Stanifer. Fernando Perez, maybe. Oh, he's terrible. Damian Muller? I don't know. I don't know what I would want here. Just take that first baseman. Oh, that's like a negative value. They don't really have a lot here. We tried Okamoto. Just straight up for Gusto. They said no. So we're trying to increase the value a little bit. All right, we're going to try this. We've got 3 months to make this deal. There's no extra third baseman on the market that we want. Because the only other guy that, like, okay, we don't want Gavin Lux. I don't think we want Alec Bohm. They want outfielders, but which outfielder do we give them? Because they all performed really well. So, like, when you look at the guys that we have here, we have a lot of outfielders, right? We have Roberto Hernandez. He was very good this year. We could capitalize on the value of him. But he was just very good. I don't know if I want to replace him. We have Jacob Marcy, very good this year. AJ Ewing, prospect. Esteury Ruiz, we could throw him in the deal. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's modify that. Let's see first if instead, a good call, if we can, instead of Norby, if Esteury Ruiz will be enough. So we do want to get rid of him. Bohm looks decent, but my concern is Bohm is so all over the place. If you guys watched the video I did with Z Brody, saw that like Alec Bohm was amazing for me because Bohm should be good with the stats that he has, but Bohm sometimes just isn't good. Yeah, I think Ruiz is the guy. I forgot that I had him, dude. I keep forgetting I have him. We'll put Bohm on the we'll put Bohm here. If I can get Bohm for cheap. We will go after Bohm. Okay, I think they're going to say no to the deal. So they don't want it. Is there any other third baseman we want? We go back to the all right, I think if we were willing to do the deal for Okamoto, I think we'd be willing to do the deal for Marcelo Meyer. Let's go back to the Red Sox well and see if we can fleece him again. He's going to sign for too much money. Yeah. 16 million is not worth it. Kobe Mayo. Okay, they rejected it. Said no on that deal. We still have to trade. We have to trade Ryan Gusto. He's got to go. So we just don't have enough slots on this roster. I mean, technically we could send him down. I think he's got options. Does Ryan Gusto have options? Oh, he's got tons of options. We don't have to trade Ryan Gusto. And remember, we don't need a third baseman. Sanoa was decent. They don't have anything that I want there. They said they want pitchers now. This was the first deal you guys wanted. They're not going to say yes to that deal. Okay. They've reviewed our offer. That means they are interested. All right. We will throw Connor Norby in this deal. Connor Norby is not going to be a part of this team in the future. So I think we are down to do this deal. In fact, we're going to give them Esteury Ruiz as well. We're going to give them everything that we want in this deal. Everything they want. Because this would be the perfect guy to add to this team. We probably overpaid. Because of Norby and Gusto being higher potential guys. But honestly, Brendan Donovan fits exactly what we want from this team. Fits the identity of the team. I need to get more minor leaguers. All right. We have made the deal. I need to go acquire a bunch of minor leaguers. because we have to refill our farm system after I've just dumped them all. Let's see here. What we got? What we got? Andy Morales. We clean up the roster. We're just gonna go fill up some positions here. Third base is good now. And Jordan Yost is 20. Second base is normally where you find the best assets. It's where we just found that Bruin guy. Adia Lamador. A little bit overall. If we want to, we could go after another starter. I don't think I'm going to. Casey Mize is still here. I'll put him on the board. We don't need him. But if I can get him for cheap, I'll go after him. You know what I mean? Guys, we've done a fantastic job of managing this roster so far. You guys are doing a great job right now. Coming up with ideas, going after targets. Saying exactly what we should get. All right. How close would we be getting him? 86%. Not bad. All right, well, we're going to do this. So if I can get him for 4 years, 12, I'm doing that. It's a great deal for Casey Mize. Wow, that... No wonder they didn't do the Akamoto trade. That pitching staff is crazy now. We just got Casey Mize for $12 million a year. Okay. Guys, we have managed our money very well. We have Yuri Perez, Max Meyer, Casey Mize, Mitch Keller, Connolly Early. Braxton Garrett can go to the bullpen. Our bullpen is going to be good. We have Joe Mack and Liam Hicks at catcher, Stowers and Horwitz. In fact, we have so many guys. There's going to be guys that aren't going to play that need to be that are good enough to play. This team is great. And like we technically could go get Ryan Abreu still, but I'm not going to. So. The Mets, the Red Sox are trading Mike Tyson Witherspoon. You want Marco Vargas and Evan Phillips. We're talking about asset management here. No, they don't. The fact they said after considering some alternatives, though, that's funny. All right, and then let's manage our roster. All right, so Stelling down minors. Harrington back down to the minors. Mazer to the minors. Fulton to the minors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need 7 relief guys. There's 1, so we need 6 of these. So Puck, Bender, Phillips. Sure, we'll send Voucher down. Voucher was good, but we'll send him down. We'll send you down. We'll send DL Hall down. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with it. We definitely could get him. I think we're in a good position though. I think it's fine. You also got to remember, like, too. We have Perez, who's 23. Max Myers, 28. We have Connolly Early now, who's 24. Snelling is almost Major League ready. Thomas White is almost Major League ready. Noble Meyer is almost Major League ready. Thomas Harrington is almost Major League ready. Carson Milbrandt is almost... Like, we're set right now. It's not the best asset management. Obviously, we could go get him. But... And then, 3 more guys I got to send down? All right, which guys we send it down? That's a great start, Javier. All right. Leo Jimenez, you're going to go down. Camp Canarella, go down. Lazaro Montes. Right. There's my 26. There's my 26. And then we'll go... And then anybody... Brendan Donovan is going to be a free agent here. Anthony Bender is going to be a free agent. We'll wait on extending Brendan Donovan until July. Anthony Bender is 32. We'll wait till July. I'm not extending those guys off of that. We check any guys who got cut. Jeff Hoffman got cut. Dean Kremer got cut. I'm not signing Jeff Hoffman. Nobody really interesting, I don't think. All right. Take a look at our rotation going into this next year. Braxton Garrett, I think, is going to go to the bullpen. We are going to have Yuri, top. Then it is going to be our big free agent signing, Casey Mize. Then Max Meyer. Then Connolly Early. Then Mitch Keller. Bender will be a good trade piece, definitely. If we have to trade, if we are selling at the deadline, Anthony Bender. If we are not selling at the deadline, which I'm hoping we're not, then not Anthony Bender. Braxton Garrett, lefty. Bender, Bashar, Puck. I'm going to move Puck over here to be a setup guy. And it's Puck, Phillips, and Henriquez as the closer. Henriquez does have the highest clutch rating, I believe. Yeah, okay. Good rotation. Good bullpen. Lineup wise. Okay, we got to make some changes here. This is going to be a little messy. Third base. Brandon Donovan. Sanoa can play against lefties, I think. That's what we'll probably do. Sanoa will stay in against lefties. Brendan Donovan will be a righty specialist. So we're technically platooning, and I guess we're getting the better side. It's not the best side of Sanoa, but Sanoa still has good vision to clutch. So I like him as a bench bat, actually, because the clutch rating's high. Okay. AJ Ewing. I don't know how much of the lineup he makes. Where I might actually send him back down because he's got options. Because right now, I don't see a slot for him to play. He's a great player. But we have Marcy. We have Heriberto. And against lefties... Never mind, there's a spot. That's the spot. It's not necessarily the best spot. And then we got Hicks on the bench. Okay. Let me redo how the rotation order is. Send him down for more development. There's a problem. We don't really have a guy I can bring up. I can bring up Leo Jimenez. We're essentially looking for... I mean, we could go get like a lefty platoon quick. Yeah, let's do that. We'll send him for more development. Leo Jimenez will come in as a lefty platoon instead. We'll move back. Oh, we'll move him down to AAA again. Get him more development. And then lefty platoon bat against lefties. Conine will be in the outfield, and instead that will be Leo Jimenez. If Jimenez sucks, the other option will be Lazaro Montes. Lazaro Montes plays well against lefties. Lazaro Montes can come. Montez does look like a lefty specialist for now anyways. I could also check quick, see if there is a better lefty platoon option. We have money. I mean, come on. Never mind. It's going to be an expensive pickup, but we have money. It's fine. Okay, dude. Take your 2 years, 26. Or 20. 25. Alright. That resolves that. It won't be Leo Jimenez, which is fine, because I don't think Leo Jimenez is good. Get done AAA. It will be Miguel Andahar. I forgot that Andahar is like amazing against lefties. And he's just a good bench bat otherwise. So there's our lefty platoon. That's playing it smart. That's also kind of the only person Griffin Conine serves too, is to hit lefties. Because Marcy can hit lefties. Casey can't hit lefties. And Hernandez can't hit lefties. So right now we've got a couple platoons essentially filling up our roster. And Joe Mack also can't hit lefties, but it didn't matter. He hit 300 last year. All right, now let me rework this lineup. Who's my best? Put Jacob Marcy there. Put Joe Mack higher, or Otto Lopez, I think, higher in the lineup. I like that. Okay. I think that's our lineup. We're 20th ranked, second in contact. Man, I wish I got Luis Ariz. Okay. But you know what time it is. Before we get into this, you know what positions and everything we need? Let's go back to the big board. We have to reset. Resetting our big board here. It is the 2027 season. It is time to reset the big board. 4. I think that's the most fun part. You can play second if he gets hurts. Yeah, actually, I think almost every single person on this team can play second base. The problem is only 2 guys can play third. So needs right here. Okay. So we need to establish what our needs and what our goals are for this season. So first off, I think our goal is to be above 500. We should be a playoff team, wildcard team. With the roster we have, we should. If not, the weaknesses will probably come from like a 5th starter. I think we got it with Casey Mize. I think we picked up the right piece. But I'll still say it. I think there's a chance backup catcher would still be weak with Liam Hicks. I think our outfield is set. Brendan Donovan looks good at 3rd. Short, 2nd. Actually, I think we're pretty much... You know what we need? I guess you guys can help identify this too. I think we need power. I think we need some power in this. Now we have Lazaro Montes. We have Kyle Stowers. Apparently Owen Casey is now a power bat. So we have some guys. It looks like it says Bowser to me. And so, we don't really need outfield. We don't really need first base because we got 2 guys that can play it. Actually, we got like 3 guys that can play it. Before we get into this season, power bat, power first baseman. Before we get into this season, are there any minor league prospects, major leaguers that you would be interested in me targeting? That I should put on my big board as a target list throughout the year. Last year, if you recall, we put Spencer Horwitz and Luis Garcia. We ended up getting Horwitz. We also put Connolly early, and we got Connolly early. And then for minor league prospects that we were looking at, we got Justin Gonzalez, who we were looking at. We went after Bryce Rayner. That didn't happen. We kind of got lucky on a few guys. Power hitting third baseman. Donovan won't be there forever. Well, he could be. Remember, we could sign him to an extension. Brendan Donovan is in the last year of his deal. So Brendan Donovan could get a contract extension. Problem is, power hitting third baseman. I mean, you're essentially saying Cosmo, Dennis Santana. What's your logic behind Dennis Santana? So our bullpen looks pretty good right now. I mean, we could obviously use more bullpen arms. You always can be in a position where you might need a bullpen arm, right? Just remember, I'm in a different roster than them, so players are going to perform a little bit differently. Yeah, so the problem is I don't think Max Clark's tradable. I don't think we can get him. Okay. So, Kenzie Noel. Dude, if Big Christmas is there, probably because he sucks. I mean, that's the only issue. Braden Taylor's minor leaguer, I believe, right? Franklin Arias, I think, is also locked. I don't think we can get him. TJ Rumfield, Passwatch, Aranda, Ryan Mountcastle. Okay, so those are your major league interests. I like Jonathan. I really do like Jonathan. Also, I'm going to put back on the board, because we for a third base solution, we said Brendan Donovan. Brendan Donovan was our second choice behind, or technically our third choice behind the GO, Luis Arias. If he becomes available in the trade market, I'm buying. Oh no, is the marker dying? Oh god, no, my marker. My marker. Guys, the board might be retired because my marker's dead. I don't have my second. I don't know where my second marker went. Why did it die? Luis Arias. Oh my god, I hope you can read it, to be honest. Alright. That might be readable. Taylor Ward just signed a contract. Parker Messick just won a Rookie of the Year at 2 ERA. I don't think he's gonna. Austin, I think a lot of the players you're looking at are probably a little bit too expensive. Okay, so we'll look Blake Burke. I'll put Andrew Fisher back on the board. That's essentially the same. And then Brady. Charlie Con, way too expensive. Charlie Condon. That's not happening. If I trade the whole farm, maybe. Okay. We'll start with that. We don't have a whole lot of needs, so it's a nice position to start with, right? Xavier Nyans. Okay. Yeah. I can add him. Oh, and then what was the earlier one? Dennis. Same thing. Hopefully I can remember. And then Xavier Nyans. All right. We're going to start the first week of baseball. We're not putting anybody on our trade block yet. Actually, I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours. Let me go grab something to drink quick. Dude, good prospect third baseman. They're just massive. Like, the problem is the good ones that you're thinking of, right? Like, the good prospect third baseman that exist are just really good. And we're looking for essentially, like, we're trying to build a team getting the 10th best, having the 10th best third baseman in baseball is essentially what we're trying to do, right? It's our weakest position. Because I think if we were to win a World Series, it's because Xavier Edwards, Nano Lopez, are probably performing as like the best middle infield duo possible. I know our starting pitching is good. The main thing we need, really, is our starting pitching to be good. If starting pitching is not good, you can't win. Look at the White Sox video. I'm going to keep referring to that because I just did it. But also because, like, it just wasn't good. Good vet shortstops as well. So short, yeah. Second baseman, shortstops. They're our first baseman who can play third. Like, you know, we could call on Rafael Devers, who's a first baseman in this roster, to go play third. Andrew Vaughn? No, he's still not. Jacob Gonzalez? He's too young. Carlos Santana is the starting first baseman for the Diamondbacks. Yeah, would have been. I saw he signed for $15 million. Yeah. We targeted Arias, didn't get him. Then we targeted Jazz, didn't get him, and Eugenio was gone by then. So. Okay. And there's our contracts and everything, so. Alright. Make sure my scouts didn't swap out here. Okay. Alright. We're going to get to the fun part now, guys. 1 week of play. It's a good first week. Boom. 7-2 after the first week of play. And the fun part. The part that I know that everybody's waiting for. Second season. Pick 12. We also had a Rookie of the Year, but I don't think that's going to count for us. Which... Ooh, we do. We have pick 12, pick 36, pick 50, pick 88, 118, 140. We have pick 12, 36, and 50. That's a really good start. All right. Get prepared. Get ready. Type in your names as you see the guys that you like. Once again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just scroll through all the position players of the top 30, and we're going to see who we like out of the top 30. I'm going to take my face away. Type the names that you like, and I will add them to the big board, and then we will discuss and start to slim down from there. So, Jeff Corley at shortstop. Robert Knapp in center field. If you have any questions about these guys to ask, I will come back and I will look back at them again. Diego Vera at second base. Mickey Kovalski at center field. Ramon Cortez in center field. Mark Fernandez at short. Leonardo Marrero at short. Ward Jones at third. Teddy Salazar at second. Tom Garland at second. Sam Mamula at first. I will come back. I will look at them as well. Ricky Tan at catcher. If you guys like the player, just add him to the board. We'll look at our age afterwards. Anthony Daly, left field. Jerome Eubanks, shortstop. Lance McAvail, left field. Richard Yoshida, shortstop. This guy, I believe, was in last year's draft and not drafted. Wade Burke, right field. Leroy Dow, right field. Oliver Malanka, left field. I think we have it to pick 36. I'll go to 36. Bernard Bromberg at second. Juan Gonzalez at catcher. Jason Veras in left. Let's go for 3 points. Brian Jones at second. Kenny Buckner at first. Pablo Veras at catcher. And that's a closer. Okay, so if I go back now, Corley was 20. Knapp was 19. Vera was 22. Kowalski was 19. Hernandez, 19. Leonardo Marrero was 18. Ward Jones was 18. Garland was 23. Mamula was 18. Ricky Tan was 18. Daly was 19. Eubanks was 18. McVale, 18. Yoshida was 19. Remember, he was in last year's draft. Was not drafted. Or was not signed. Leroy Dow, 18. Malanka, 18. Bromberg, 18. Juan Gonzalez, 21. Veras, 19. Jones, 20. Buckner, 19. 21 for Veras. And that's that for now. Come back to closers. Okay. So, I'm going to go now, and what we're going to do is I'm going to take those names you guys said. We're going to start with our big board from there. This is how we do this. So, Sam Amula, Ricky Tan, Juan Gonzalez, Jerome Eubanks. Mamula, Tan, Jerome Eubanks. Juan Gonzalez. All right, and then who was Daly? What was his last name? Anthony Daly. Okay. Do we have any others that we wanted to see there? You guys like that list to start? Obviously, we will add more as we go. So right now, big board. Sam Mamula, Ricky Tan, Eubanks, Juan Gonzalez, Anthony Daly. You guys like that as your first 5 that we're going to look at? Any of those that you would prefer first for us to scout? So if I said, once again, we can go back here. Jerome Eubanks right here, shortstop, 18. It's all-around player. We have Ricky Tan right here. Another good catcher. Decent all-around here. No, it's actually up to you. You guys are my scouts. You guys decide. I'm just here to make the phone calls. You're the guys, you're the one who's like, hey, I got to go to North Carolina to go see, Sam Mamula. We're looking for power? Just remember, we're looking for guys right now. They're probably about 3 years out. Power first. It looks like Sam Mamula's probably got the highest power of all the guys that you guys said right now. So Anthony Daly's is also high too. Anthony Daly, I will say, does look a little ridiculous. I say blush. What year are you in? We are in 2027. We are just starting the scouting process of 2027, Smitty. Daly looks insane. Daly is not going to be good. Yeah, he's not. So one thing to note, if you have not played a lot of MLB The Show and like rebuilds and done a lot for the last couple of years, if you're like going into scouting, if a player looks good, like really good, they generally aren't. Yeah, we traded Sandy. So we'll give you the quick recap, Smitty, and then you can obviously go back in the VOD once I'm done and take a look at how it came to be. But yeah, so just for knowledge for you, Austin, as we like look at some prospects, let's go find somebody who. Okay, Carlos Carrillo. All right. So what this range is saying right here, just to kind of give you a little bit of teaching for this, might help you with scouting and stuff in the future. Okay, so let's take a look at Carlos Carrillo. 99 potential, at max 89 overall max, right? So this range, these ranges that we have here, are essentially, what they possibly can be. The future range doesn't actually matter, because the future range just essentially says, like, if they were to progress the overall boost that they're going from, that's how high they would get. So you're looking at present ratings. And what you're looking at is in this range between, let's say, K per 9 per right is what I'm really looking at right here. It says 75 to 99 for K for 9 versus right. That is the possible, I think that's a 24, 25 overall range that he could be in. It's also because there's a specific 25 overall potential and overall rating that he could be in. If he had 75 K per 9 versus right, he would be a 65 overall with 75 potential. If he had 99 Ks per right, he would be an 89 overall with 99 potential. He'd be at the top of that range. It is a direct correlation to that range. So when you're looking at it, if a number looks too good to be true, too high, it means it is. You are rarely going to see a rookie that has a 99 K per 9 versus right. So let's say we expect his K per 9 versus right to be 80. instead, right? Well, then we know that his potential is also going to be 80. That's okay. It's not bad. It's just not good. It's just not that great. So you're not really getting a super high ceiling with him. That's all this really means. Is that range of the 25 overall that we're looking at between there is essentially telling you where they are. So when we drafted a shortstop last year, Trevor Conklin, his rating was so low, we knew he was going to be good because there was no way they were going to generate a player with a 0 contact. You know it's going to be on the higher end of that. Hopefully it's a hard thing to kind of explain, I think. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. So that's why Daly is a prospect where I will say I didn't even look at the guys as I was naming him. Daly is a player which, yes, if he generated a 97, 93, that would be amazing. I've never ever seen a player generate with 94 power or 97 field. So that's the logic behind a lot of the scouting. Okay. For now, we'll do Mamula. Grab our positional needs here. And then we can kind of show Smitty what we did. All right, so Smitty. This is the team. We did trade Sandy. We now have Casey Mize in the rotation. We got him for 4 years. 12 million per year. Fantastic deal in free agency. We also got AJ Puck in free agency, essentially for the same price. So I paid AJ Puck the same amount of money I paid Casey Mize. See, we have Mitch Keller. We traded. I don't remember exactly when you left, but we traded Pete Fairbanks for Isaac Paredes, and then we flipped him for Mitch Keller. So we got Mitch Keller for Pete Fairbanks and Thomas Harrington. And we flipped Sandy for, you can see we have Lazaro Montes here, AJ Ewing. And now the lineup has Brendan Donovan in it. Miguel Anhar is a lefty platoon. Owen Casey, 1 rookie of the year. Yeah. Put it simply, game not good at generating numbers in a true random way. Using experience and some common sense, you can deduce who is and who isn't based on their numbers. Yes. It's not random. That's kind of the whole thing with this game. It's why I oftentimes don't even scout. And I think I said it. I put it in the comments on C Brody's scouting guide. I joked because I don't really scout anymore because you just kind of say, oh, this guy is going to be this, and you just kind of know. There are certain player profiles you start to see where it's like, yeah, this player's gonna be good, or this player's gonna be bad. I also have to go do this quick. I was kind of shocked that Terrence Weber was as good as he was, by the way, too. Oh, my camera just died. Uh-oh. I heard that camera die.
Guess who forgot to put his backup battery on a charger? This guy. So, no face cam for a little while. I haven't. So, I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I have a brand new computer. It's a really nice computer. But, this computer does not charge. Okay, it's a USB plug-in to a camera, right? The USB does not power the camera for some reason. So, it just dies because it's using battery power, which is not like it shouldn't do that. It's whatever. I don't think all the ports have power sources to them, so it's whatever. So I'm charging the batteries back up. Don't worry, I still have the big board behind me, so I can refer to it, and we'll pop everything back up whenever we need to. I think we'll probably go a little bit faster this season because we already kind of have the idea. We've created the identity. We've traded everything we needed. So we'll be able to move a little bit quicker throughout this year, as long as we don't have injuries, of course. And when we work with that, that means we'll be in a good position to be hopefully a playoff team. All right, fixing the training beginning of the season. So apologies on the camera thing. I wish it was working, but all right. Okay. So we've got Sam Mamula on the board, being scouted, going. Yeah, okay. Maxter, they want your guy. Sam Mamula looks pretty good so far. Wow. Okay, all right. That's a deal. We got to evaluate this deal. If the people who are here who liked Amos Kenny and Eric Lopez, the two prospects we drafted, do you want to do a Joe Adell trade? I will probably rework the deal because I don't want Joey Lucchesi or Trey Mancini. Why is Trey Mancini in this? I think we rework this deal though first. I don't think I do it exactly this way. Do the trade as Joe Adell. Do I have to re-sign him? I do. Okay. So we'll have to re-sign him. That's fine. A lot of our team is young. All right. We're going to rework this deal, though. We're going to counter it. I don't want those two guys. Joe Adell's in the last year of his contract. $10 million. It's a bad trade if it needs a deal. Yeah. We literally do need exactly what he gives us. But okay, all right. Let's take a moment then to think. All right. Joe Adell was offered with a bunch of trash to get Eric Lopez, Noble Meyer, and Amos Kenny. Like, I don't want the other pieces they gave. Could Eric Lopez and Noble Meyer and Amos Kenny get you guys... Get one of the other guys you guys liked? Like a... I don't know if they have enough power here.
Jerome Field probably doesn't have enough power. Like a Pasquantino. Pasquantino, I think, also still needs a deal. So I think we would need to be giving somebody a contract no matter what. Joe Adell, Pasquantino, unless it's Rafael Devers. Unless you guys want Rafael Devers, or Pete Alonso. Actually, that's a good question. John Aranda, last year of his deal, 3 years of team control, but he can only really get his power against righties. He's got none against lefties. Okay, so Joe Adell is on the table, right? I actually think we might be able to get that contract later. Or that trade later. Torkelson? Tigers fan. Would you want us to get Torkelson? For power. He's got team control. For another year. The only problem with the Joe Adell trade is he's in the last year of his deal. He's also as a right fielder and can't play first. So I think we can be patient, but also there's a chance the Angels trade Joe Adell to somebody else if we wait too long. Torque is fine. I just don't want to block. Well, Stowers will probably move to the outfield. Stowers is already DHing, by the way. Against righties. And he can't hit against lefties. Because he's a bad defensive player. I mean, I will say Joe Adell, I do believe, has more power than any of those guys. And he hits lefties. Okay. Okay, let's try to get more value out of this Joe Adell deal. I'm looking back. I'm trying to decide here. Let's think. We'll do a couple trade offers here. I think we would have to re-sign him if we did the deal. I don't want Blue Chaser. He bad. We got to try to figure out what else we can get in this deal. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna look at a potential Torque deal as well. Without Amos, see if they do it without Amos. I still think they will re-offer it if they don't trade him somewhere else. So let's You want to see if they just do it for just Lopez? Yeah, let's try. We'll try it like that. We'll do it that way. All right. I'm going to add to my targets list. Pete Alonso is the bigger, better version of everything that we just said. If we can get Pete Alonso, you guys want first baseman. You want power. Let's see if that exact package could get us Pete. I'm going to decline the offer for Joe Adell for now. Please also get Kobe Mayo for way cheaper. We wanted to. Pete would be good. He's from Florida too. Yeah, I'm gonna. We're gonna try this. So we're actually going to cancel this deal. We're gonna try Pete Alonso first. He's just a better version of Torkelson, Adele, all that. More team control. More expensive, but more team control. Does everything you guys want. Looks like we overpaid, too. Yeah, I actually think the Joe Adele deal would have been a fleece. I think we would have gotten fleeced on that deal. Good on you guys for drafting Amos Kenny and Eric Lopez. Now we're a competitor this year. All right, we got to manage this roster a little bit. We're also 16-3. Guys, we're 16-3, and we just added Pete Alonso. I'm sending Conine down because I need to make a roster spot here. Okay, we got to make this team work now. So Pete Alonso will go there. Pete Alonso is now going to be straight up at our best player. So we are the best team in baseball, and we just added Pete Alonso. All right. Now, we have traded almost every piece we just drafted. But don't worry, guys. Because we got Trevor Conklin. All right. Let's see if... There we go. We are now first in contact. Still last in power. Part of that is the Brendan Donovan, Xavier Edwards, Otto Lopez trio. That's fine, though. You set those guys up. You put those guys on base for Pete Alonso. All right. Wonderful job by the Miami Marlins scouting department to get us the assets to make that move. For calling out the need for power. I obviously don't have the whiteboard up because the camera is dead. We still could use power. I don't think we need it as bad now. Okay, I gotta find somebody on the 40 man to get rid of. This guy. Pete was a perfect addition. And then we'll just send... It's a AAA guy we can send away to. Marco Vargas. Go down to AA. Sam Amula looks decent. We'll do one more week for accuracy. Yeah. Now we contenders. We were contenders. Look at this team. We're 23-4. We're 23-4, guys. Sam Amula is not there. Okay, so then our next one we said on our board was Jerome Eubanks. Nobody in the MVP race, by the way. But Casey Mize is leading the Cy Young race. Casey Mize. Connolly early. 2 acquisitions. My major league scout said Casey Mize. My minor league scout said Connolly Early. You guys are killing it right now. Hop into a game. Let's see, which team would we want to play here? I think this Phillies team is weird. I think we could watch a game against the Phillies. I also should probably make a save because I think this isn't even saved right now. Because I think I have all my save files right now. Braves. Braves did win 110 games last season. Phillies have a weird team. We'll jump in against the Phillies. They've got Chris Sale pitching. We'll jump in against the Phillies. That's an interesting roster. Okay. Scouting, like we said, we have Eubanks. We lost that one, but whatever. Okay, Casey is back. He's on the bench. Casey needs to go here. Okay. Oh my god, we lost 3 in a row. I jinxed us. We'll do a quick counts. Against Chris Sale. We'll see how Pete Alonso looks like in a Marlins jersey.
Here in Miami, Lone Depot Park, the show brings you a matchup of division rivals. It's the Philadelphia Phillies taking on the Miami Marlins.
Joe Mack is hitting 434. Shout out Joe Mack.
I'm John Shambi. Well,
shout out Joe Mack.
Pleasure of seeing one of the hottest bats in baseball. His consistency at the plate has been
Dude's
remarkable.
elite.
Yeah, Boog, one of the toughest outs in the league.
His ratings
right now.
don't look like
Sit
it,
back
like at
and
all.
Relax because this guy's about to put on a show.
All right, we'll be back.
Reference, I think this Phillies team has Matt Chapman.
And getting the start for Miami,
They have Chris Sale on the mound.
having a pretty ridiculous
Schwarber was last year's MVP, and he's leading the MVP race right now.
season so far, Singy. Ready to go now? Kyle Schwarber comes up to hit here. Here's a 1-1.
See how Yuri Perez takes on the MVP.
Oh, that's outside.
2-1 count to Kyle Schwarber. Grounded foul. I don't know what the dialogue is giving because I'm not listening to the audio of the gameplay.
Fastball is
that pitch is out.
outside. That one misses.
Oh.
So leadoff walk.
Man, that's a tough one.
ABS me, come on.
Count, but I guess he saw it
That looked like a
well.
dot.
It's a really nice play
Ah,
appearance.
give it to me. Swing and a miss. Bryce Harper.
As he was out front that time. Gets a piece there.
One's gonna
We'll
be
do it
fouled up.
again.
Look, I one thing that I would say that has happened a lot this year, with making videos and stuff this year a lot, is one thing I've added a lot to my videos. Oh, is there gonna be a double play? Brendan Donovan over to Xavier Edwards, and Alonso can't get it. That is not going to be a double
Well, he
play.
had the chance to turn it
Xavier
two right
Edwards
there,
makes the
but I
error.
don't think he got a good grip on the ball as he tried to transfer from glove to throwing hand.
That's Sanoa? Oh, it's
They
lefty,
say
so it's
you can't
Sanoa.
assume a double play. I
Yeah,
beg to differ at the
Xavier
big
Edwards is the
level,
worst
but
defender in
it's
there.
going to be ruled as a field
Okay.
goal choice.
Anyways,
Brandon
so
Marsh
what?
steps to the
You know,
plate.
last year I had daily uploads for a little while.
In there at the knees
No,
for a strike.
they took a long time to do. But as we're looking at like this year, I've added so much gameplay to the rebuilds, and when you sit here and you watch gameplay like this, it takes so long. And so one of the reasons why you're seeing a lot less
Gotta
videos
swing it.
this
The
year
high heat
as
too much
Perez
on that
strikes out
one.
Brandon Marsh
And time
is
now for the Phillies
I've been
lineup.
doing a lot more
And a
gameplay.
big
So
factor for
you see
them in
a lot more
recent
times where I'm
games.
sitting here
JT
watching the
Realmuto.
games.
Yeah, definitely
Which
someone
just
I
means
always
that now it just
enjoy,
takes
when I
a
get chance to
considerably
watch
longer
him,
amount of
whether
time.
he's
I'm gonna
hitting
turn
the
the volume
game
down
or
on the
even taking
game, I
swings
think.
during batting practice.
I
Man,
guess
this
it's a
guy's
little loud.
always so focused on what he's doing on that
Comparatively to
task
me.
at hand. He's got
Um,
so much attention to detail
But
that when he steps in the box, his success rate
it's just
is really
interesting to think like that acquisition. Like I hope that you guys have enjoyed that in the videos, but it is a reason why there is less videos. I had a very, very rapid method in MLB 25. Is that going to be good enough for us to get it? Yep. All right, that's an out.
That is that.
Good inning for Yuri Perez. I basically just want to see up to Pete Alonso batting, and we'll sim the rest of it until like the ninth. But one of the reasons why we've been a little bit slower is I had a really good method to getting through videos really, really quickly, and now that there's gameplay in all of this, it just takes me way longer. You spend so much time sitting here watching the games be played, and oh my god, it takes so long. Baseball games take a long time. I don't know how many baseball games you guys have gone to, but they take a long time. They're long games.
But I know this. He's got good enough stuff to overcome and get it done on the road as well as at home. So we'll see what he's able to do in this one.
All right, Miguel Andujar just watches two pitches go by him.
And time now for the Marlins lineup. One guy swinging a hot bat.
Sanoa's hitting 333.
Javier Sanoja.
He's been a solid force for his team right now. Kind of a fire starter when you consider an on-base percentage over 400.
Otto Lopez hitting 318. Yeah, dude, we're hitting well. Everybody except for Casey.
Making things happen for this offense right now.
And up next for Miami, Xavier Edwards.
Oh, come on.
Strike two.
Xavier Edwards went for the bunt.
More than 100 career wins on the mound, and of course has a Cy Young to his credit. The 1-2.
And a swing and a miss.
And that's two in a row.
Down goes Xavier Edwards.
The top two guys in a lineup to start an inning.
Let's see how Pete Alonso looks like in a Marlins uniform, the light blue.
Table setters on the base paths, and all of a sudden you're dealing with the number 3 hitter.
Swing and a miss.
Any distraction can cause you to
Are we
slip
gonna
up
strike
a
out
rookie, and instead of it being a solo
completely?
shot, it's a 2 or 3 run homer.
To Chris Sale and the Philadelphia Phillies in this first inning.
Got
Yep.
him. Strikes out the side to begin the game.
Guys, that was a
Scoreless after
essentially immaculate inning in regards to that. This is why we don't jump in. We do win. We win 5-2. So we get the victory 5-2 over the Phillies.
And your final score 5-2. For Chris Singleton and our entire crew here at MLB The Show, thanks for stopping
Yuri
by.
Perez gets the win. Chris Sale gets the loss. Henriquez gets the save. He's got 12 saves already. Joe Mack hit a home run in a 3-run home run in the game. Okay. So we're going to focus mostly on getting through the scouting stuff and everything for you guys. I think this team is set right now. I think you guys are pretty happy with how it is. We obviously are not going to be as good as we just were, but looks like Eubanks might be going down a little bit. He might not be the perfect prospect. In fact, I don't know if we've done really well at scouting in the first round so far. Canelo gets a victory. Yuri Perez gets the loss. We get swept by the Diamondbacks. Dude, this division is going to be really tough. I think we're going to be a playoff team, though. Yeah, Eubanks does drop. All right, so the next guy we had on our board was Juan Gonzalez or Ricky Tan. 2 catchers. Which one of these would you guys prefer to draft next or to scout next? The 18-year-old Ricky Tan or 21-year-old Juan Gonzalez? If you would prefer me to go to anybody else, we can do that. You don't like any of those guys on the board that you guys have from originally. Because I know that we do have catcher. Right now, I think if we were, like, taking a guy, I think we're taking Sam Mamula. But we can find something better than that. Juan? Juan has a chance of probably being the better player, especially a good defensive catcher. He's a little older. But if he's a 93 potential, he's already going to be just a great player. And it's just a 1-week scout. So we'll scout Juan for 1 week. Let's see how the team does for this week. Struggling, guys. What happened? Hot start, cooling down. What happened? Why are we cooling down? Oh God, he's struggling. We'll move Casey down the lineup. He's struggling this year. Casey is struggling this year. We're going to just send him down the lineup and hope that he can do well then. Like that. It's like Horwitz is struggling right now. Okay. Juan Gonzalez, not good. Do we want to look at Ricky Tan, or do you want me to give you guys a new list of guys to look at? We are looking at other players. We obviously could look at... I mean, there's not a lot of positions of need now. Honestly, this team's pretty deep. So I guess we'll look at Ricky Tan. And that'll kind of rack up the rest of that original big board. Archer Rodriguez traded for Luis Garcia. That was the target you guys had last season. He's doing really, really well. Last season he had 315 and 333. So you guys, people put him on the board last year. If we were buying last year, would have been a fantastic acquisition. Tan is bad. All right. Okay, we need a new list. Tan is not good. So we've looked through the original top 40. And we're going to take a look for the next couple picks. So Pablo Veras was the last one here. Here's Alfredo Camacho, 18-year-old catcher. Dino Alez, 21-year-old catcher, 91 potential. 5'11", Will Wade, 18-year-old catcher. Antonio Magana, 18-year-old catcher. I'm just looking at catchers first. Richie Chacon, 6'4", 18-year-old catcher. And then we will look, I think, first base next. Not that we really need it. Here's Kenny Funk, 21-year-old. Aaron Gregory, 19-year-old from Florida. Decent power. Diego Del Gaudio, first baseman. Eloy Lopez, 6'1", 18-year-old from Venezuela. '18-year-old from Canada, Brian Biggs. That's the first baseman options. No real second baseman options. Okay, Brian Barron. 5'11", 21-year-old from New York. Remember, if you like any of these guys, just put their names in the chat. And we will add them to the big board. 22-year-old Tennessee third baseman, Cyrus Ojeda. Johnny Vogt, 5'10", 18-year-old third baseman. 6'3". No, he's not good. He's bad. All right. Shortstops. There's Jared Morrison, 18-year-old from Mississippi. He's 5'8". Kind of a defensive guy, a little fast. 5'11", 19-year-old from Tennessee. A little bit more all around. Who would I scout? I can go back and say what I would scout at the end here. I just want to get some more names, and then I would say what I would do. Now, most of the time, I wouldn't scout. I kind of already know what guys I'd want. That's part of my way of mixing this up, is knowing exactly what I would take. Okay. William Spillane, left fielder. Uh, 18-year-old from Oklahoma. Cesar Cruz, 20-year-old, 5'9" from Texas. Really good defensive player. Fast. Giancarlo Cuevas. See, 18? 18 from Delaware. 19-year-old Alfredo Lopez. And then Barney Travis. Not worth it. Michael Brunk. 18. Center fielder. 18-year-old seven fielder. 5'9". Bernardo Iglesias. Then we're into the past 100. Tommy Frey, 5'7", right fielder. Julio Quinones, 6'2", 184-pound, right fielder. Chris Cottrell, 85 potential, I don't care. Chris Escobar, 6'4", 19 from Georgia. Don't care. Yeah, all right. So William Spillane, Cesar Cruz. If he is a 98 potential, that is a beautiful looking player. Cesar Cruz. Oh, Cesar Cruz is 86. I didn't see that. Okay, so I'm going to write some of these guys down on the board. William Spillane. I think Spillane is who we'll scout next. Just writing them down on the board so I can turn the camera on when we get back. Hopefully it will be charged by. We said Cuevas. And I'm guessing we didn't like any of the other position guys. Julio was a right fielder. Julio Quinones. Oh, no, he's 92. Yeah, never mind. He won't be good either. Okay, so we are going to scout, start off here, Spillane. This might be a pitcher-heavy draft. We might be taking a lot of pitchers just based on what I'm seeing here. There's not a lot of good position players in this draft. We're struggling in this month. Great first month. That was a weak month for us right there. Spillane's good. Spillane is good. Oh my god, please let his potential be what it says. That would be awesome. Andrew Nardi is out for 2 months. I think we have bullpen arms we can replace him with, so I think we'll be okay. He is a lefty. He's one of our few lefties. I think he's probably been fine. Boucher's struggling. We'll call it Cade Gibson. That's our left. That's another lefty. We're still leading the division despite that bad month right there. I just accidentally pressed auto, so it's going to move everybody around. It's fine. Actually, that's an okay lineup. Except for that. Injuries, bad month. Oh, wait. Adele rental with Casey struggling this year. Maybe we can get him cheaper towards the deadline. Possible. I don't know if Joe Adele's the guy, though, at this point. And the reason I say that is because what we're essentially looking for here. Because we could also do AJ Ewing. AJ Ewing is hitting 310. Lazaro Montes is hitting 360. If anything, that's the move. Let me actually look at major leagues right now. Sanoa's doing fine. Inhar's doing fine. Heriberto's struggling a little bit. Do we have options for Heriberto? Okay. That's what we're going to do. Casey is struggling a lot. So we are going to send Casey down for a little while. I don't think we're going to make the trade. I think we're gonna capitalize on the assets for a little while. This is the all-around bat. Dude, they're both doing well. But that's ridiculous. Yeah, you got to bring him up. He's hitting 360 in AAA. So we're gonna move Casey down to AAA for a little bit, and we're gonna have him come in and do all the work there. Kandahar's been fine. Sanoa's been good. Brendan Donovan's been good. The main guys are all good. This is what we're going to do. We're going to send Hicks down. We're not going to run a backup catcher for a little while. We're going to move AJ Ewing up. Going to run both of them up here. AJ Ewing is the better outfielder, actually. Against lefties, this is going to be Montes. And Ewing. All right. It's kind of messy. But we've got so many outfielders right now. It's just kind of a way to get Lazaro Montes, who's just ridiculous in AAA right now, to get him up. How'd they do in their first game? Oh, none of them played. So none of them played in their first game. That day. They'll play tomorrow. William Spillane, you have been marked. You are our first round pick. Unless we find something better. Other guy you guys had on the board was Cuevas. Geraldo Cuevas. We do have 2 first-round picks, so we could do either of them. All right, how'd you guys do in their first game, actually? Montez, 2 hits and an RBI in his first game. He had a home run. Lazaro Montez hit a home run in his first game. AJ Ewing had 2 hits. All right, perfect. Guys, we don't need to make trades. This team is so deep. And the Blue Jays are selling. Are the Cubs selling? That hurts. That hurts. That hurts to have bought as hard as they bought last year and to have to sell already. Okay, Cuevas, not good. All right, so that was all the guys you had on your boards. Are there any other names you guys want me to scout? Any positions you want me to scout? As my scouts today. We probably have our first round pick already selected. Obviously, pitchers can fit into those other slots. Okay, third base. Okay, so we'd be looking at Brian Barron, Johnny Vogt, Cyrus Ojeda, or Lincoln Smith. Because I think we've looked at, there was the, yeah, we've looked at those. We could obviously go back to Leroy Dow, Wade Burke. We could go once again look at Oliver Malanca. Yeah, we are scouting pitching. I just have it on automated, and and then you guys can look through them once I have all of those guys scouted. Because I don't want to spend time on every single one. Names with alliteration tend to be better prospects. Okay, we're gonna use your theory. Brian Barron, boom. If you're right, he'll be good. All right. So the Cubs are really hardcore selling. Otto Lopez is out for 2 months. All right. We can play Sanoa at shortstop. Xavier can obviously play shortstop, which means Ewing can play second. I think we'll be fine. I don't have to call anybody up. It does hurt. We're losing out on Lopez. I'm not going to make a trade to save that, though. We'll just call Liam Hicks back up. And then our resolution will be a little bit worse defense. Xavier is going to play short from now on. Or Sanoa. No, let's do that, Sanoa. Sanoa against righties. Sanoa. And this will be... Should just be Brennan it. Yeah, okay. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Alright, a little sloppy. Also, the Phillies are a game behind us now. Because people are going after the Cubs. We don't really have anything we have to do right now, by the way. Like I said, this team is pretty good. We can look at our pitching rotation quick, see if there's any adjustments we want to make here. I don't think so. We have 1 weak link, and it's Cade Gibson, who's in for the injured Andrew Nardi. He's able to play short. Yep, Brennan can play short. Brennan can play almost every position. Second base, shortstop, left field. Technically should be able to play right field. He's played almost every position in the league. Sucks to lose Otto Lopez. He was playing very well. Hey. Your theory, dude. That theory. That would be crazy. If your theory is right, that is insane. And then we'll scout Chet Turner and Malaka, I think, to finish it off. If you're right, that's insane. That's funny. We are so streaky as a team right now. If AJ Puck doesn't blow that game, that is another massive win streak we're on. This team is way up and down. All right, well, we found our second round pick. It's Brian Barron. So streaky. What, like, we just won like 10 games in a row. And we just lost every game that week. That player is actually not that bad. And we'll do Malanka to end it off. We'll get half of him scouted. Willie Adamas traded for Elmer and Ryan Weathers. All right. So, oh, wow. All right, this is where we are going to add the guys that we liked of our position players. So the position players that we liked, well, Adam Mamula. I don't really think he's that interesting. Brian Barron, good. William Spillane looks like the top pick. If it's not Brian Barron, honestly. How did Malanka end up looking? Not bad. We'll add that guy to our board. And Eubanks wasn't terrible. Okay. All right. Now you guys got to go through. So for those of you who were not here earlier for the first draft, are not here for the second draft, this is how we're going to do pitching. I'm going to go through the guys we have scouted. Actually, we'll just go through a team rank. We'll go through team rank. If you like the player, put the name in the chat. That will add them to the board. Once we get that player on the board, we will then start to debate where they belong on the board. That will help us decide where we make our selections. We have pick 12, we have pick 36, we have pick 50. So, starting off with pitching. We have from Chinese Taipei, William Shin. So if you like the player, put their name in the chat. William Shin. Chinese Taipei, 21-year-old starting pitcher. Non-ranked, Willie Deerdorf. from Florida, 19-year-old, 6'3", starting pitcher. Gary Steen, 21-year-old, 6'4". Todd Griffin, 18-year-old, 6'1". Willie Batista. He is 18 years old, from Cuba, 6'5". Another Dutch guy, Reggie Langley. Don't know if you guys liked the Dutch thing from the White Sox video. Gene Peterson from Ohio. Lionel Logan from Maryland. Ken Quinn, 18-year-old from Alabama. Derek Granum, 18-year-old from New York. Brian Hirsch, 18-year-old from Georgia. Roger Farrell, 22-year-old from Pennsylvania. Carlton Morgan, 18-year-old from Mississippi. John Herrera. Actually, I have a bunch of guys not scouted. We're gonna make sure I actually have them scouted. It will shrink the board a little bit here. Kelly Swift, 18-year-old from Minnesota. Roscoe Hartman, 18-year-old from Missouri. Brian Flores, 18-year-old from Puerto Rico. Alfonso Santos, 18-year-old from the Dominican Republic. Rolando Guerrero, all-around guy, 23-year-old from Cuba, old guy. Barry McDaniel, 18-year-old Dutchman. Everybody knows Dutchmen are the greatest. Devin Damon, 84 potential, don't care. 85 potential, don't care. 85 potential, don't care. 83 potential, don't care. 86. Trevor Campaneris, 22-year-old from Kansas. Nope. Nope. Art Stubbs, 21-year-old from Iowa. 79 potential. Okay, and these guys kind of suck. Okay. So, let me add some of those names to the board. Let me see if I can get my, if my camera charged enough to do the draft. So we can talk to the board. Ba-bum, ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. Alright, okay. Camera charge a little bit. I'll take some of the names you guys said. If I can figure out where I put the marker, because I think I dropped it. Where did I drop it? Behind me. On the whiteboard. All right, so we said Deerdorf. Deerdorf. We said Willie Batista. You said Lionel Logan. We said Rolando Guerrero. And then, was that it? Derek Granum? With those guys on our board, let's take a look at each of them. Then you guys can evaluate which ones you like more. So we can actually evaluate them comparatively. Willie Batista. Right here was the 18-year-old from Cuba, 6'5". Looks like decent control, fully scouted. 94 potential. 18-year-old pitcher from Cuba. Big guy. Big dude. All right. Then we had... nobody said him. Oh, where was Deerdorf? Oh, Deerdorf was not fully scouted. Willie Deerdorf. Good control. Not fully scouted. Big dude from Florida. Could be interesting. I probably should just leave this in here. Lionel Logan, not fully scouted. We really don't know anything about him. I think he might be a little risky. Derek Granum, not scouted. Once again, a little risky. And then Rolando Guerrero. All-around guy right there. Okay, so we're going to add... It shows the queue. Do you guys like those players? Or should I, rescind any of them off the board? I do like Willie Batista. Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it. And nobody seems to like William Shin. He probably won't be there. So, looking at our board now. Back to our board. The question is, where do we value those guys? So I think you guys kind of jumped on Deerdorf right away. You like Deerdorf. Deerdorf was non-ranked. We have pick 1, or 12, 36, and 50. Do you think, this is up to you guys in this decision, this is going to help us do it. Do you like them more than Spillane, Eubanks, and the guy I didn't put down on the board, the alliteration king, the third baseman, Brian Barron? Do you like any of them more? Do we like Rolando Guerrero? Do we like Willie Deerdorf more than any of those 3 players? So once again, I'll go back to look at them. This was Brian Barron. This was William Spillane. I do think William Spillane is probably the first pick if we have him. Spillane first, then Barron, then we go pitcher. If Mamula or somebody is still available, we could probably look at them as well. But we'll get to that decision when we get there. I don't want to rank them. Okay. I think Spillane makes the most sense as being the top guy. Yeah, Spillane, then Barron. Okay, so pick 12, Spillane. Pick 36, Barron, if those 2 are available. If not, if Barron is gone or Spillane is gone. So let's say Spillane goes before we get to pick 12. Pretty unlikely, by the way, for that to happen. Just based on how we did them. Do you want Sam Mamula before Barron? Or would you like us to make a risk for one of those pitchers, like William Shin if he's there, or Willie Batista? Willie Batista will probably be gone at the end of the first round. Or do you want Brian Barron to move up to the first round? This is the hardest part. Deciding where you guys believe the value is comparatively in the first round, if things don't go our way. Pitchers after Spillane and Barron. Barron is right there. So if 1. So you're thinking we go Barron, no matter what, is pick 36 in your mind, then. Kind. I'm gonna guess that's how you say it. Kind YCS. Kindy. Barron does look good. Okay. So our board right now, as it sits, is Spillane, preferably at pick 12. Baron, preferably at pick 36. If one of them are gone, we go with one of the pitchers. Now, Deerdorf is a non-ranked. And not scouted. Non-ranked. So we can wait. Probably Batista. I think a couple of you guys said Batista. I guess here's what we're debate. Batista or Guerrero. Batista higher ceiling, Guerrero way safer, a higher floor. Let me value where our board is. I think we're going to wait on Deerdorf because he's non-ranked. Austin says Batista. Kindy says Batista. It's not that much higher of a ceiling, by the way. I will return to that. Batista's ceiling is 94 potential, but he's 18. Whereas Guerrero's is 93 potential, but he's 22 or 23. Well, it looks like you guys all said Batista. So I got our board down. I know what we're doing then. Let's get into it. Maxner's changed his mind. All right, we're waiting on Spillane. Gary Steen goes. Sam Mamula goes. Okay, well, we weren't going to get him anyways. Teddy Salazar goes. All right. All right. Wait a few picks. We'll see if Barron or Spillane go. Preferably, Spillane will not go. That's our goal. Our dream. William Shin goes. That was the number 1 ranked guy on the board. He's probably a stud. The A's, who stole Luis Arias from us, are going to take Richard Hughesby. The Orioles. Bernardo Iglesias. Spillane is gone. Okay. So, that has already kind of helped us decide here. Spillane has gone to the Royals. They have taken him at 7. They fully scouted him. Brian Barron. Willie Batista. Or... Actually, I think we can wait on Rolando Guerrero. Because we fully scouted him when he was 27. Okay. So we want Brian Barron or Willie Batista? Willie Batista probably doesn't last to the next pick. Brian Barron might. Obviously, there is the other decision of saying Reggie Langley. Or Lionel Logan or Ken Quinn. Batista is 18. Barron is 21. Kindy says Barron. Sucks. The guy that was like the best player there was gone. Also, by the way, Malanka is also an option at that second pick too. As well as Eubanks. Okay. Do you want to go safe? And go and get Barron? Also, that's probably a great player. Okay, people are saying Barron. I think I had enough picks. People want Baron. Batista probably won't be available in our next pick at pick 36, but we might get lucky. Brian Baron, pick 12. Your alliteration king will be easy to pick because he wants to be here. Oh, wow. Kenny Funk. Interesting. All right. Next pick. Pick 36. Rolando Guerrero is still here. But it looks like Batista went... Lionel Logan went 7. Malanka went to 25th. Batista went 21st. All right. So Guerrero is still here. Of the guys we have scouted here. Eubanks is still here. Deerdorf is still here, but Deerdorf is non-ranked. We obviously could also go. I know I didn't mention it, but we could go closing pitcher, which you can always do if you want to be cheesy a little bit. I mean, I have a feeling I know what Maxter's pick is going to be. He probably wants Guerrero. Guerrero, then Deerdorf. Random's still here. We don't have scout. We don't have him scouted. He makes or CP. You end up with Deerdorf next pick. I think I'm going to give Maxter the pick of the guy that he wants because I don't know if he'll be available with the next. I do think he will. Available at pick 50. But I think it's just better to be safe. We'll take him. Because we can take a closer right here with the next pick if we want to. Deerdorf is still there. I think Deerdorf is just going to sit there. I don't think Deerdorf is going anywhere. We've got 4 minutes. Do you guys like any of these closers more than going with Deerdorf? Deerdorf will probably last another round. Deerdorf might actually last all the way to the end. We also could just go relief pitcher too. Kind of giving you guys options, or we can just go Deerdorf because I know that's what you like Deerdorf, but there's a bunch of other choices too. Padilla. Okay. All right, we're gonna go Emil Padilla. And pick 50. Willie Deerdorf is still here, but we'll just take him. And now we get to 1 minute picks. All right. We're swinging here now. It is pick 118. We've got to make three risky picks here. Carlos Carrillo is gone. You want another alliteration? I can see it. All right. I'm just gonna scroll, see if you see a name. You guys are gonna have to type fast. We get 1 minute picks here. You're just kind of looking at potential in player profiles. The unranked shortstop. First baseman, 80 to 99 potential. Okay, we're going to take the first baseman first. Better chance that the unranked shortstop lasts for another pick. But he doesn't. Okay. All right. I think we do another pitcher here. So, all right. You guys got some choices again. We actually have a lot of unranked pitchers right here. Oh, camera died again, didn't it? All right. Carlton Morgan. Roscoe Hartman. Brian Flores. Alfonso Santos. Alfredo Lucero. That's a reliever. 30 seconds. This can also be to help pick the last pick. if I make the pick. I'll probably just take Morgan if you guys don't make a selection before that timer goes by. My camera died again. So. It did not charge. Oh, that's a stamina guy. Santos. People said Santos. Okay. Morgan is still here. Morgan, Flores, Lucero. I guess you guys will probably go with Morgan. Okay, now we grab Morgan. All right, boom. We have drafted a bunch of pitchers. They are probably trade pieces. We were unable to get the guy we really wanted this time, but we got lucky last time. In the All-Star game, we are 1 game behind the Phillies in a ridiculously competitive division. We look like we're probably going to be a wild card team. For All-Stars, we have Ronnie Henriquez, Joe Mack, Xavier Edwards. Couple All-Stars for us. All right. We're going to look at contract extensions here soon. Taking a quick look at this team. Let's take a look at team rankings first. We're getting up to the deadline here. We are one of the best contact hitting teams. By the way, the Mariners made the Josh Young deal that we did not make. But I think Maxter's decision to hold off on Lopez worked out because we got Pete Alonso and Brendan Donovan. Leading in doubles. Home runs, we're probably going to be a little bit lower. Probably a lot lower. That's okay. We're not really a power hitting team. All right. So we're really good at hitting right now. We're fantastic on base. Great offense. ERA. Where are we at? We are 6th in ERA. We are probably, if we're going to do anything, we're probably looking to buy. We are 3rd in saves. But Henriquez has also led the league in blown saves. Or no, we have the least blown saves. So Henriquez has been one of the best bullpen arms we have. So if we were looking, we're 7th. Basically, we're 7th in pitching. Our starting lineup is in 7th. Our bullpen is one of the best bullpens in the league. Our lineup, honestly, has been phenomenal. And we're missing out on Lopez right now, so that's our weakness. I don't know if it makes sense to go and buy an Auto Lopez replacement. If we go look at the trade hub, we can look at some trade blocks here. Now, that's an interesting piece. Do you guys want to buy an ace? Are you willing to give up things to buy an ace? That is a ridiculous Carlos Rodon season. There's some really interesting pieces just sitting here. Bryce Miller. Shane McClanahan. Carlos Rodon. Auto Lopez will be back in probably a month. Cole Reagans has a 5 ERA. McClanahan has a 2 right now. Jung Hoo Lee is injured. The Giants have been selling. Actually, we need to do one thing. I need to look at one team quick. We have made one promise to ourselves if he was available. Okay, they're not. They looked like they were selling for a second. I was like, are they selling? No, they're not. All right. Bryce Miller is really interesting because he's got 3 years of team control. Now, the problem is he has not been good. Except for this year. Now, in our rotation, our weakness is Connolly early. I don't know if Mitch Keller's going to regress because I think he's getting better. So we're hearing Bryce Miller. People are saying Bryce Miller. They really want Bryce Miller. So it's Bryce Miller or McClanahan. I think. I think we're making that decision here. We have to go look then and see what we would have to give up. All right. So Mariners. All right. Let's take it over the Rays. Rays want a left fielder. Okay. I don't have anything for that. Canarella's injured. He tore his Achilles. We can give up Justin Gonzalez. Or we could give up one of the bigger prospects. Okay, so we could give up Trevor Conklin. We give up Kevin DeFrank. This team does not have a lot of desires, though, that we would need. This is it last year McClanahan? So this is a rental. So the hope is we wouldn't have to pay that much. What do the Mariners want? Second baseman. That or Conk. This is tough because they probably need to get money back in this deal. Could give me David Lee. Yeah, Kevin DeFrank is insane. But Brady Cass doesn't want to give up Conklin. Actually, where is... Let's take a moment. Let's take a look at our top our farm system. We're 12th. Conklin is the 35th best prospect in baseball. Conklin does have trade value. David Lee have trade value? Not really. Kevin DeFrank is insane. That's why I think when I was simming, because I had to watch that game, why he was so good, because you had to watch him play, and it was ridiculous. Briggs McKenzie, by the way, in this roster, also ridiculous. All right. So we'd be debating for a rental of Shane McClanahan, giving up Conklin. We don't actually have as much in the system as we would like because so many of the guys are like ready. And Canarella's injured, so we can't trade Canarella because that would probably be the one you would trade. So we could try that and see if they would do that plus Matthew Etzel. It's unlikely that a move like this will end up being successful, by the way. I'm not acting like it's going to be great. We could try that deal. It's interesting he's available. If we get McClanahan for Conklin, pretty much in that being the only thing we give up in this deal, that's not a bad move. Now, let's see if it happens. Probably not. They reviewed our offer, but okay. White Sox got Jung-Hoo Lee for Landon Tomei. Cole Reagans got traded with Ursig for Derek Hansen and Ethan Frey. What was his injury? 2 weeks. Oh, yeah. Do we try to do this deal for Bryce Miller? I don't know if I want... Like, Bryce Miller's a little riskier than we think. Right? Because Bryce Miller is a stamina-based guy. He's having a good year. But if you notice, his ratings are not moving. I don't know if I want to even give up Conklin for that. Personally. Like, they can have a deal Amador. I'm just kidding. I don't think that's good enough. We can give up Patrick Stanford. And Jacob Miller. See if they take 2 young prospects. Without giving up to Frank. Let's try that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if Miller is good enough to get rid of Conklin. Miller's great, by the way. I'm not saying he's he's like a bad pitcher. Lodolo gets traded for Riley Quick. This is where I look at it and I say, okay, like Bryce Miller is not like that's not that good of a package. Bo Bichette for Kalen Culpepper and Edwin Arroyo. The Twins just made two big moves. I think we're gonna sign everybody pretty easily here, guys. What? What? All right, let's try this. We're gonna do a trade target here. We want a starting pitcher, but I don't really want to give up a lot. We could also try to take this because he's old. Try to do this deal. Because he's older. Maybe they'll accept it. Yeah, Mets are giving up. Remember, we got AJ Ewing for half a season of Sandy. Actually, we could just go get Sandy back. You guys want Sandy back? See if we can fleece him. Actually, that would be hilarious. I'm doing this for the comedy. If this were to work... Okay, the Rodon deal doesn't work. I don't think we have anything that we have. Okay, we gotta find something of value they might have that we might have. That deal is just funny to me. The idea of us doing a double flip. It's actually something I was kind of hoping that the Brewers would do in real life, is go get Freddie for nothing. I think you saw it in my Giants video where I kind of let the Brewers do it with the Devers thing. Okay, Mets. Sandy. For Jacob Miller. Cason Wells. And Christian Hernandez. Actually, I got to do this then. So the best way to get a deal, to get a dumb trade in MLB The Show, we're going to put the guys that we want on our trade target thing. So we're actually going to remove that because that's not going to happen anymore. We're going to put some of these guys they have on their trade blocks as guys we want. Soroka's not a bad idea either. Soroka's pretty good in this game. Put Soroka on the board, and then we said McClanahan. Tigers are selling. And Miller. Okay. So we're adding those guys. And now in our trade block, we're going to put on Stanford. I think I'm willing to give up on DeFrank. I like him, but I've already seen him before, and I know how he progresses. We'll put in Beltran. We'll put in DL Hall, because why not? I'll put in Jacob Lee. Try to flip Liam Hicks again. That'd be funny. Marco Vargas. Actually, we'll just kind of put a lot of these cheap contracts here. Especially the youngest guys. Because they're not going to play for us. And the big piece we'll put here is we'll put Justin Gonzalez on the block. Okay. So these are the guys we're putting on the block. The hope is one of these teams that have these guys will, you know, make us a stupid offer. Also, extensions. I think we're going to extend Brendan Donovan. He's hitting 341. I'm only putting him on the block. I'm not saying I'm doing the deal. We're going to give, because we're a buyer, not a seller. We'll give Bender some money. And Evan Phillips has been phenomenal. We'll give him. We'll pay these guys. Okay. This is going to be risky. We're going to go day by day. We don't have to sign everybody because we already got our guys signed. Yuri Perez is injured. There's Soroka. And Littell. For DeFrank, Benitez, and Roger Beltran. That might be a lot, but Soroka's really good. Problem is I don't really want Zach Littell as well. So here's what we're gonna try. We're gonna counter this deal. Take Littell out of it. take DeFrank out of it. Would you do it for those two? That's what we do here. We fleece. They accept it. Kiner Benitez and Roger Beltran gets us Michael Soroka. All right, by the way. Trade block. Is he in the last year of his deal? Oh, he's got 2 more. He's really good, though. What a steal for Michael Soroka, 100%. He's in arbitration, and he is there. What a steal. We're putting them right back out on the block, by the way. And now I have to move somebody down, I think. I'm going to send Conley Early down, because he's struggling a little bit right now. Which is fine, because we might trade him. What? That's a salary dump. That's a straight up salary dump. You guys want Juan Soto? For Heriberto Hernandez and Miguel Andahar. Think they would salary dump us that hard? I'm going to see where their CPU logic is on the deal, right? Why not? We're the Miami Marlins. We have money. Ah, sorry. I know you guys don't. Okay, you don't want those pieces. All right. Sorry. Let me find you better pieces. You want Brennan Jones, Cason Wells, David Lee, and Heriberto Hernandez. Oh wait, no, I got money. Miguel Andahar. Yeah, I got you. All right. Last deal really for us to make any other actual real moves, by the way. I don't think the McClanahan move will happen, but I will offer them DeFrank. I'm joking around because if I actually did the Juan Soto deal, it would destroy our salary. It's a rental though. Doing a little management quick. We can trade it once our guys need to get paid. Soto is a game changer. But we have Pete Alonso for that. Are you kidding me? They called us on the 1st, so we couldn't do it? I hate how the deadline thing works there, because we did stop on the deadline day. They offered us the deal. We could have had it if the game worked how it's supposed to work. We could have had Shane McClanahan for Conklin. All right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We have a great team. It's stupid. It's stupid because we simmed to the deadline day. There was no deals. You simmed to the first, and all of a sudden you can't accept the deals. So, all right. Whatever. Oh, draft picks. Boom! Brian Barron! Brian Barron. The alliteration trick. Hilarious that worked. Brian Barron is a stud. He is phenomenal. I'm glad I signed Brendan Donovan only for 3 years. Brian Barron is the future third baseman of this franchise. Because he fits the identity of this team perfect. Rolando Guerrero. Very good. 89 potential. 63 overall. He's a little older, but it's okay. Emil Padilla. Very, very good. Willie Teardorf was kind of a miss, but it's fine. A later pick. Malcolm Rodriguez. 52 overall. 93 potential. Pretty good. Alfonso Santos. Decent. Carlton Morgan. Decent. Look, guys. We did great. Let's go take a look at some of the other picks. Some of the other players here. Mamula, 82 potential. Lionel Logan. Your alliteration right there. Luis Montano. Did take a moment with that. Gary Steen was the top pick. Garland. Gillett. Malanka was somebody who we did not finish scouting. 87 potential. Decent. Reggie Langley. Willie Batista, 87 potential, 60 overall. Control's pretty low, though. So Batista might not be that great. Wow, Johnny Lucas. I don't think we even ever said that dude's name. Must have been a discoverable guy that we did not discover. Because I think we never said his name once. Wow. It didn't make the board at any point. Bernardo Iglesias was too high of a pick. Lincoln Smith right there. Richard Yoshida. That was the guy that I said got drafted the year before and sat there for a little while. Rays had a really good draft. Where are you, Spillane? Richard Bick. Pretty good. 88 potential for William Spillane. Barron was the better player. Wow. William Spillane is good. Barron was the better player. William Shin was probably the best player. Huseby. Oh, wow. What a great draft for the A's. Ken Quinn was very good for them. Brian Barron was the better player. Brian Barron is the franchise third baseman. What a draft. What a draft, guys. And Otto Lopez is back. So now we just send Hicks back down. We got to figure out how we want to make this lineup work. Lefties. I'll just let Brendan Donovan stay there. 226. Lazaro Montez is really struggling. There's Kylie Early sitting in AAA because we're really good right now. Imagine if we also had added Shane McClanahan for essentially nothing. All right, we'll just keep him active. That's fine. I don't want to lose him. A little bit of a struggling month right there. We're struggling a little bit this month. But hey, we're a streaky team. Probably a good time for us to be streaky. We probably won't win this division because this team, what's actually funny is we are better in every way. I think they just win like we're streaky. All right, Owen Casey can come back up. And we will call Connolly Early back up. As we go for the last month, Rafael Devers is leading the MVP race for the Giants. Nick Kurtz is leading the MVP race on the AL side. Cy Young, it's the Brewers. And Skubal. All right, come on, get streaky, guys. Get streaky. We're 96 and 60 right now. We are tied with the Phillies with 6 games to go, including a series in Philadelphia. We also have to play Seattle. Philly. Please have to play like Atlanta, please. Oh, no, they don't. Philly has to play Cleveland and then us. So, we kind of need like the sweep on the Mariners to win the division. I'm pretty sure at 96 wins, we probably clinched the playoffs. Yes, we have. Guys, we have built a playoff team in 1 year. All right. Can we make a division winner in 1 year? Mize versus Gilbert. 11-3 victory. We are a half game behind because they have played 2 games and won both of them. Meyer versus Kirby. We win again. Still half game behind. They swept the Guardians. We got to sweep the Mariners. We do not. We are 1 game behind. We have to win this series now against the Philadelphia Phillies. Soroka versus Wood. Keller versus Sanchez. Mize versus Nola. Soroka versus Wood. I think we have lost the division with that. It's okay. We're a playoff team. Keller versus Sanchez. Bender is injured. We lose again. 99 and 63. Sadly, that a 99 win season is not enough to win your division. But hey, our division is very good. So we have the Braves in the first round. Austin Vault, let me know what updates you want to see. Bobby's roster. Okay, I'll take a look. All right. We have made the playoffs. This season, you guys have done a great job of helping us turn this team from losing in the first half of last season to a playoff team right now. First off, let's take a look at awards. Rafael Devers wins the MVP for the Giants. Kurtz wins the MVP for the A's. Cy Young goes to Schlittler and Kyle Harrison of the Milwaukee Brewers. We did have second and third in the batting title behind Shohei. And no races otherwise. So that's where we're at here. No league leaders. Shohei Ohtani is insane. Okay. All right, we're probably going to have to adjust our lineup and everything because I'm going to bet you they have made some weird changes and stuff. Like they sent down Lake. Who had a 4? We can leave Lake down there. So the major leagues, Tyler Phillips, 3.6. Very good. Braxton Garrett, amazing. Braxton Garrett's always very good. Kind of early. Somehow the worst pitcher was still great. Anthony Bender, he's a little injured right now. A little banged up, but I think he'll be okay. Andrew Nardi, also a little banged up this season. Great season. H.A. Puck, phenomenal season. Evan Phillips, got himself paid. Was great. Henriquez, struggled a little bit. ERA-wise. Blew 13 saves. That's also probably why we didn't win the division. He was doing good in the first half. We had the least blown saves in the league. I doubt that is how it stayed. Henriquez had a bad second half. We probably lost the division because of Henriquez. Mitch Keller, 372. 415 from Casey Mize. 427 from Max Meyer. 346 from Yuri Perez. And Soroka had a 310. As we go for the postseason, by the way, we're going to go Yuri, then Meyer, then Soroka. Or no, we will go Yuri, then Keller, Soroka. I don't know, Keller or Soroka first. That's what we're going to do. Lineup wise, they're going to have sent down some guys. They sent down Horwitz, who had a 286 average and a 386 on base percentage with an 884 OPS. What a great deal to make. Forgot who already told us to do that. Fantastic decision. Lazaro Montes struggled at the major league level. So he will stay down in the minors. He did have a positive WAR as a DH. That's fine. We will bring Horwitz back. He will play first against righties. Ewing, 257. Decent season. He didn't play all year. 704 OPS. Pete Alonso. Why are you over here? Played 142 games this season. 250 average. 32 home runs. 770 OPS. Not the greatest, but we didn't have to give up a whole lot to get him. Sanoa, 249. What was his WAR like? 1.9. Yeah, Miguel Andahar, actually fantastic pickup for a lefty platoon. Terrible WAR, because he's really just supposed to be batting. Hicks off the bench, not great. Then Xavier Edwards, 883 OPS. Phenomenal, dude. 322, 43 stolen bases. He is phenomenal. Glad we paid him. $20 million a year for that. Pete Alonso obviously wasn't great. Brendan Donovan, 321. Fantastic trade. 4.24. Stowers, 34 home runs. Casey struggled this year. Otto Lopez, injured most of the year. Marcy was good. Hernandez was good. Joe Mack is actually a fantastic catcher. Like a fantastic catcher. It's amazing. I think we have... I don't know if we can win a World Series with this. But I believe in us. We're going to call up Horwitz. We're going to send down Hicks. We don't need a backup catcher. All right. This roster, Teddy, isn't good. So I wouldn't worry about asking about this roster. All right. Here we are, guys. The team you have helped build. Is it going to be a World Series winner in 2027? Can we beat the ridiculous Atlanta Braves roster first? If we do that, then we have to play the Philadelphia Phillies. Then the Dodgers or the Brewers. Man, the NL is so stacked. Yuri Perez versus Skubal in Game 1. We don't have two valid lineups. What's messed up? Oh, Stowers. Right? Oh, I had Lazaro Montes there. I was confused. I'm like, what? Who's gone? Sanoa. What's Sanoa there? Why didn't I make any? Because he was good. Henriquez was good for the first half of the season. When we checked in at the All-Star break, he was fine. For the postseason, we can do this. We can swap H.A. Puck. All right. Perez versus Skubal. Yeah, because did Henriquez lose these? No, these are just losses. These are just traditional losses. Henriquez lost that game. in that game. Enriquez lost those 2 games. Not gonna be that. All right. Okay. Last time we played Atlanta, we lost a 2-3 series. Can we beat them in 3 games? Perez versus Skubal, game 1. No. Game 1 goes to Atlanta. Matt Olson hits a home run. Drake Baldwin hits a home run. Taylor Board with a double. Olson with a double. Riley with a double. All we got was 4 hits. Andahar, Donovan, Lopez, Ewing. Tough game. Soroka versus J.R. Ritchie. Game 2. Is this going to be enough? Will we be able to beat Atlanta? We're going to have to win 2 in a row. I don't like being in the back foot like this. We cannot. Evan Phillips gets the loss. Marcy. Evan Phillips blew that game. And then Puck. Look. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you think about your bullpen being good, they will always be bad. If I bet you go with today's games. Braves Marlins. 5 runs in the 8th. Better luck next year. Let's see how the rest of the postseason goes. Yankees defeat the Dodgers. That's 2 in a row for the New York Yankees. They win in 7 games over the Dodgers. Volpe is your World Series MVP. Otani, Smith, Freeman. Bryce Miller, remember, was playing in AAA. So even if I did look at Bryce Miller's numbers, he was not playing in the major leagues this year. He had a 2.69 when he was in the majors, but he was down in AAA. We could look at the McClanahan thing, because that fell through because the game is not smart. Like, McClanahan would have been helpful, but honestly, Soroka was good. Okay. I think for now... Yeah, guys. World Series MVPs are stupid. That means he played... He barely played. He got a bunch of singles. He had 20 hits total. Can we look at recent games, actually? Yeah, okay. In the series against the Dodgers, he had 3 singles, 2 doubles, 6 singles, 7 singles. 7 singles and 2 doubles. He got it for that game. Because I bet you they won that game. Do you have a lot of runs, at least? No, he had 4. Yeah. Yeah, I love this game sometimes. NLCS MVP went to Shohei, who hit 5 home runs. Willie Adames. Yeah, he's not even the starting shortstop. They have Willie Adames. Okay. I'm going to stop here for today. I have now been streaming for just under 7 hours today. We will come back for 2028. I think I will do this next Sunday. So you guys want to contribute again? We'll continue to build this Marlins roster next Sunday. I figure the weekends are probably the easiest for you guys to do this. So next Sunday, we'll come back and we'll build the Marlins again. We're going to get this team in the World Series. You guys are going to do it for us, okay? So, sorry, my camera is dead because of it died before. Sucks. I might start a little bit later next Sunday. I can see that the 1 o'clock start was a little early, or 2 o'clock start for people was a little early. So we might start a little bit later so people can watch it, because I see more people are tuning in now. But, yeah. Hey, so far you guys have built a phenomenal team as my scouts. We're going to continue to see what work you can put together, because we are going to get into this position where now we're going to have to start debating whether or not the actual prospects in the farm are worth bringing up. So, everybody, you have a great night. If you're watching this as a VOD, And the week is still July 2026. Tune in on. Oh my God, what day is next set? I'm stupid. Tune in on the 2nd of August. If you're watching it in 3 months, check out the next video. Adios. Have a great night. Great night.